Okay, so we will be waiting for a couple more people to join us, and then we will start. Okay, so good morning, everyone, and welcome to our event, Visions and Pathways for Carbon Dioxide Removal in the European Union. It is a great pleasure to see you all here, so thank you for joining us for today's event. My name is Kati Koponen. I am the coordinator of NEGEM project. I work at the VTT Technical Research Center as a senior scientist. And I will be hosting you through this morning sessions. So NEGEM is a Horizon 2020 research project and has organized this event together with our two sister projects funded from the same call, Landmark and OceanNets. And all of these projects have been running now for 4 years, so we will have a lot to tell you today. So today we will be discussing the visions and pathways for carbon dioxide removal in the European Union. And as you know, this is a very topical issue, as the European Commission has recently published its communications on EU 2040 climate targets, on industrial carbon management strategy, and in addition, the EU carbon removal certification framework has recently emerged from the trilogue discussions. So today we will hear from our keynote speakers, top scientists and industry experts from NEGEM, Landmark and OceanNets projects. Why is carbon dioxide removal needed? What are the challenges in doing it in a sustainable and responsible way? And how to commercialize carbon dioxide removals. We will also discuss how to formulate the policies and governance structures to support responsible deployment of carbon dioxide removals in the EU. Our three projects have all focused on different aspects of the carbon dioxide removals. So NEGEM has studied a large portfolio of different carbon dioxide removal methods and aimed to quantify the responsible negative emissions in climate resilient pathways when taking into account environmental, techno-economical, social and political aspects. Landmark has focused on land use-based mitigation and removals in resilient climate pathways, and they have focused on carbon farming and monitoring, reporting and verification methods. And OceanNets, as the name says, has focused on ocean-based removals and various aspects of those. So this morning, we will first hear from our keynote speakers and then discuss about the challenges of scaling up CDR, and then hear about the role of CDR in the scenario modeling to carbon neutrality. And this afternoon, we will discuss on the key policy messages from the three projects, here on the commercialization of CDR from our NEGEM industrial partners, and finally have a panel discussion on policies and governance structures to support responsible deployment of CDR. So as you see, we have a lot to say today, so we will need to keep up with the schedule. And to leave time also for discussion. We will be recording the presentations for further dissemination in our websites. So without further delay, I would like to invite our first keynote speaker, Dr. Steve Smith. So he's the Executive Director of Oxford Net Zero and Code2Red initiatives. And Steve has also led writing of the famous State of CDR report. So we are very happy to have you here. Thank you for joining us. And one more thing, when you're asking questions, you all have microphones and you can press the red big button to ask your questions.
Thank you very much, Kati, and good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here and see lots of familiar faces and some new ones as well. I think my job is really to set the scene and tell you a few things that you already know. So I'll try and do that as briefly as possible so that we can hear about the new and exciting science that's come out of these projects. And I'd really like to say thank you and well done to everyone who's been working on these projects over the last few years. It's really fun to have these meetings where we gather and talk about what we've learned, because as researchers, we're always very keen on the new stuff and the research gaps and what's next, but it's good to celebrate what's been achieved as well. So I'll talk a bit about what's the rationale for carbon dioxide removal in climate strategies. And I'm going to try and answer that question, why might we need CDR, on 4 different levels, starting with the kind of more superficial ones, as it were, and getting maybe to perhaps the deeper ones. But first, I just want to give you a reminder of what we're talking about when we talk about carbon dioxide removal, CDR. And to really make the point using this kind of cartoon that we're talking about a huge diversity of methods. We're not just talking about a single thing like planting trees or direct air capture, but there is a wide range of ways to do carbon dioxide removal. And that range is actually growing quite rapidly. They all share the features, of course, that what we're trying to do is capture carbon dioxide that's already in the atmosphere, already well mixed in the atmosphere, and we're trying to store it away durably in some sense so that it doesn't go back into the atmosphere. And there's a whole cluster of methods. If you look sort of from left to right, there's working with the biosphere and the natural habitats we have, planting trees, soils, and so on. We can do quite interesting things to stuff that's grown in the form of biomass. We can turn that into biochar. We can use that in energy, and then we can geologically store the captured carbon. People are looking at turning that biomass into oil instead and injecting it geologically that way. And then as we move further to the right, there are ways of enhancing Earth's natural geochemical processes, or even intervening with industrial chemicals to try and extract CO2 from the atmosphere and store it away. So these are very different methods, all at different stages of development. A whole lot of them are really at super early stages. I mean, we know what trees are, and we do quite a lot of tree planting, unfortunately not enough to offset the amount we're chopping down globally, but that's pretty established. But a lot of these things are super early stage. And they have different levels of amounts of CO2 that they could ultimately sequester. I also just want to draw your attention to the time scale of carbon storage, sort of durability. All of these things can store carbon on what I call climate relevant timescales, at least decades to centuries. But of course, we know the impact of our fossil CO2 emissions on the climate is essentially permanent. When we put a unit of fossil CO2 into the atmosphere, that keeps temperature raised for millennia. And so a lot of these things might not be a full one-to-one balancing out of fossil CO2, certainly. So the durability of the stored carbon is a really key issue in thinking about removals. So that's just a quick refresher of what we're talking about. So reason number 1, why do we need CDR? Well, we can say because the IPCC says so. So, you know, those of you who like starting science sentences with "the science is clear," you can quote the IPCC and you can do that. Here's a line from the most recent assessment report. The deployment of carbon dioxide removal to counterbalance hard to abate residual emissions is unavoidable if net zero CO2 or GHG emissions are to be achieved. Why do they say that? Well, they give a few illustrations of how we might get to net zero CO2 emissions and net zero GHG emissions globally in their assessment. And we can see the bar on the left is where we currently are with emissions, of course, putting huge amounts into the atmosphere. The colored bars are different sources of CO2, and then the gray on top is other greenhouse gases. And then they give some illustrative mitigation pathways, IMPs. And we see all 5 of these involve, as a very robust signal, of course, first, very strong reductions in emissions in the region of sort of 80 to 95% reductions, but they all include a scaling up of carbon removal. And that's the stuff you can see in the orange and green underneath the 0 line there. And they really suggest quite vertiginous rates of CDR scale up. So if you look at land-based sinks, land-based carbon removal, afforestation, and so on, we're looking at doubling the sink for a 1.5 degree pathway on average, or maybe multiplying it by 1.5 to get to stay below 2 degrees. For the more novel methods, we're looking at a scaling of about a factor 30 by this decade, and maybe a factor 1300 by middle of the century. That's the kind of average numbers that come out of these pathways assessed by the IPCC. So the IPCC says so, but maybe if we want to dig a bit deeper, my second explanation is, well, carbon dioxide removal has option value. So the kind of scenarios that I just showed you, they come from these so-called integrated assessment models, which stack up how might we achieve our climate goals, looking at all the different technology and behavior options across energy, industry, and land, and so on. And this is a really nice paper just by Jessica Streffler and colleagues at Potsdam, where they took one of these integrated assessment models and they looked at different ways of achieving very rapid net emissions reductions. So you can see these different multicolored pathways for what CO2 emissions globally might do over the century. And they look at if you progressively add in different carbon dioxide removal options, what happens? And I'd like to draw your attention to these 2 plots on the left, the total amount of carbon removal that gets deployed and the carbon dioxide price, basically the dollars per ton of CO2 removal, how much does it cost to achieve the pathway? And as we add in more carbon removal options, we see more get deployed. That's understandable. But also the cost of actually achieving our climate goals drops. And actually, if you have a decent portfolio of options that you can deploy, you're roughly halving or more, in this case, the effective cost of achieving that goal. So carbon removal has really important option value, and that's why it gets deployed in these net zero pathways. A third answer, well, carbon isn't the only thing we care about. Obviously, we as researchers care about it a lot, but several of these methods actually have wider implications beyond carbon. I'll just pick out one example, biochar, for the time we have. There's one project actually in the UK looking at biochar deployment, and it's doing it in an area called the Wye Valley in the west of England, around the River Wye. Turns out we produce 24 million chickens in the Wye Valley. They produce a lot of waste, and that runs off into the river. The environmental regulator in England has recently downgraded the environmental quality of the River Wye, partly because of the amount of nitrates that are washing off because of all these chickens in the river valley. And scientists are looking at whether we can deploy biochar actually because it deals with that waste problem. It reduces nitrification in the river. We don't have a policy to stimulate biochar in the UK, so this is largely being done for broader environmental reasons. And actually, if you look at sort of assessments of what biochar can do, there are a lot of other environmental benefits for soil, for water, for erosion, and crop yields when done right. And this can be true for other methods as well. Now, it's important to say there are trade-offs as well as co-benefits for a lot of these methods, but it might actually be that carbon is not the only or even the main motivator for doing some of these methods. Fourthly and finally, so I'm coming into land here, while carbon removal has high option value for net zero, it of course goes from being an option to being a necessity if we're talking about net negative. And this is already a discussion that's occurring at the jurisdictional level. So for global net zero, it is perfectly reasonable to assume that some countries are going to get there faster than others, and that some might actually be achieving a state of net negative emissions as part of their fair contribution to global action. And this is something, of course, that is already emerging as a discussion at EU level. So the European climate law, if you look at it closely, in addition to the commitment to climate neutrality by 2050, includes the intention to go net negative thereafter. But furthermore, at the global level, this might be something that we need to consider. This is a thermometer many of you will have seen from the Climate Action Tracker. It just gives a nice summary of where we are in relation to the Paris Agreement goal and based on how optimistic or pessimistic you are about policies in place and what they might deliver and the pledges, longer-term pledges in place, we are pretty confident we are going to blow past that 1.5-degree window. And we are bequeathing a climate to future generations that's a pretty uncomfortable climate to be in. Now, the main task, I would say, of this generation is to make sure we limit this as low as possible. And that's about reducing emissions and scaling up carbon removal for net zero, so we at least stabilize. But perhaps an option we want to give to the next generation in them dealing with this uncomfortable climate is the ability at scale to get back some of this. And we should be very clear-eyed about what we're going to get back and what we're not going to get back in a net negative society. But that might be a really crucial thing to consider. So I hope that's a useful summary. And I'm very much looking forward, like the rest of you, to hearing all the exciting science that's come out of these projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve, for the great presentation. We have time for a couple of questions from the audience, and please introduce yourself while asking the question.
The light is on.
Thanks for that, Steve. I just wanted to prod you perhaps to think about downsides on two of those reasons. One, on option value. Do you worry that that will be seen by some as the value of the option to not reduce emissions and instead wait for CDR? And on the side benefits, are there not also side costs that we should be worried about with many of these methods? And what do you think is the balance between those co-benefits and co-costs?
Yeah, both very good points. I did try and touch briefly on the fact that there might be co-costs as well. I think that it's really important to have a clear-eyed discussion of both those points across both emissions reductions and removals, because a lot of this applies to certain emissions reduction methods as well as removals. I think that's definitely true. And but in terms of option value, there is a risk that people might, well, I think it's an inevitability that people will go with favored climate solutions across the mitigation portfolio on both emissions reductions and removals. What we need to do is build a good strategy. Certainly if you're at the level of a national or multinational level decision maker, you should be thinking about what's the robust strategy and how do you actually make sure you have confidence that you deliver if some of the things in your portfolio fail. I think a really important message we're getting from the science at the moment is that it's really, really incredibly hard to achieve gross zero emissions on the timescales we're talking about. Every single pathway, global pathway assessed by the IPCC in the sector assessment involves some scaling up of carbon removal as well as strong emissions reductions. So I think we have to be, if we're going to take carbon removal off the table fully, which I don't think is what you're advocating, we have to talk about the really, really strong trade-offs that involves in terms of emissions reductions. Excuse me. So I'm all in favor for actually thinking holistically across emissions reductions and removals about the costs and the benefits of all the action. But then also making sure that we have enough options in the portfolio and we are pursuing all of them strongly enough that we are confident we can deliver on the climate targets we have. Okay.
So thank you very much, Steve. Thank you very much. And we will move on to our next keynote speaker. So our next keynote speaker is Fabian Ramos from DJ Klima. And Fabian is a policy officer leading the work on carbon removals in the Commission. And he will tell us about the role of CDR in the EU 2040 climate targets. And I believe Fabian has just spent 3 days in the CDR expert group meeting. So thank you for having the courage to come join us today and still discuss a bit more about CDR.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me today. Yes, we had very intense days, these 3 last days, and I recognize many people that were also in this discussion. But today I'm happy to discuss about something else. I'm happy to step back and to have a view of to present you some points that I would like to discuss with you on the role of carbon removal in the EU context. So I'm not going to talk about CCU today. Don't worry. The first slide is not the correct one, but I'm going to focus on CDR. There are many slides. I think Katie probably was worrying a little bit when she saw all the slides that I presented, but I know I will have preferred 1 or 2 hours. I have only 10 to 12 minutes. Don't worry, I think I will make it. So, first of all, deploying CDR in the EU. Here is, I think, 4 very important points that we need to have in mind when we talk about the deployment of CDR. What do we need? We need a recognition of the importance of the CDR. Steve already mentioned it, and it's very clear. We need it at global level. We need it also for EU ambition. We need to set clear objectives. We have to give signals to people to invest in the development of the CDR. We need to help them. We need to guide them. So we need supporting policies for that, and we need the framework to enable the transition toward the development of CDR, because today we do not have so much CDR in place, we know it, and we need a lot of CDR in the future. So I will go through these 4 points briefly, and trying to convey some messages. On recognition, I think we have already done quite a lot of work in Europe with the long-term strategy 5 years ago that really kickstarted the interest at a political level on the carbon removals in Europe. And recently we have published 2 important communications, one on 2040 climate target, one on industrial carbon management, where for the first time we clearly identify, we put a number on how much the split between emission reductions and carbon removal. So in this communication, you will find that we need to reduce to at least 150 million tons of CO2 equivalent the emissions, but we also need carbon removal to achieve our 2040 objective, to achieve our climate neutrality. Of course, one needs to balance the other in climate neutrality. What kind of carbon removal are we talking about? If you look at the impact assessment that is coming with this communication, you will find some information, some details. And this is very clear that we need a portfolio of solutions. We need some land-based carbon removals. We need some technological solutions that we call industrial removals here. And here we looked at different scenarios, and you can find different numbers. But by 2040, 2050, the number are big, 75 million tons of CO2, up to 75 million tons of CO2 for 2040, more than 100 million tons of CO2 of what we call industrial carbon removal. They are big when you think that today we are 0. Are they big at a global level? Do we need more? Yeah, maybe. But for now, I think it's already an interesting information. So what kind of carbon removal we need? And this, I'm sure Steve recognized this slide because I've stolen it from the set of the CDR report. And we need, as I said, a portfolio of solutions. We need land-based solutions. Some people are talking about temporary solutions, but they are also very important to achieve our objectives. Today in Europe, we have a LULUCF thing that is declining. We need to enhance that, and we need more carbon removals from these solutions. We need technological solutions. We need to store carbon in the ground, CCS, saline aquifer, mineralization. And we need to think also about the role of oceans. Do we see a role for ocean solution in the future? It's much more difficult because oceans is under international law, and but still the potential is big, and we should not forget to look at it very seriously. But when you look at the impact assessment I just mentioned, in the assessment of the Commission, I kept here on the slide what is really modeled. And you can see that on land-based, we are doing quite well. But for the rest, there is still some progress to do. And why is because we are at the beginning of the story for carbon removal, I think, for the deployment of carbon removal. We are not talking about that for a very long term, for a long time ago. And we need to improve, and it will come. We'll improve progressively. But we have to keep in mind that there is all the modeling aspects that give an overview of where we have to go. But there are also all these carbon removals that are not yet incorporated in our modeling. And it's the same for we were mentioning the IAMs. It's the same. they don't cover most of the things that are shaded here. So we need to keep them in mind. The objectives in the communication on industrial carbon management, we mentioned it. We announced that we will look at options and objectives for the deployment of carbon removals. And here the S is very important. What kind of objective we need to put in place? Only one carbon removal objective, or we need to differentiate several sub-objectives? And what kind of differentiation? Permanent versus temporary, land-based versus industrial, domestic, not domestic, etc., etc. We also need to look at the granularity at the EU level, member state level, and once we decide for what type of objective, of course, we need to think about the ambition and the allocation. That is very important. And Steve, you mentioned it. In Europe, we are looking at two things. We are looking at the climate neutrality by 2050. That might need a certain system of allocation, but we are also looking in the future of net negative emissions. And allocation is really not straightforward. How to share the efforts on that. Governance aspects, of course, are essential to that. When we talk about supporting policies, this is really the thing that will drive the direction where we want to go. And when you look again at all these elements of carbon removal solution that the State of CDR report presented, and you look at what policies we have in Europe, you can see that we have already a lot of elements that have a link to this policy. I don't say that today they are fully addressing carbon removal, but we have already in place a lot of policies. So we need to look at all these policies and to see what we need to change. Yeah, here I did exactly what should not be done in the presentation. I put acronym everywhere, and I'm sure that it could be kind of a quiz if you want to spend time on that to try to guess what are behind this acronym. But no, what is important is I just wanted to say that there are many policies, and we need to look at all of them and how to potentially do a link to this policy, and if we need to develop new policies. I'm going to take one example. I'm sure that some of you have, of course, this one in mind, is about the ETS. In the last revision of the ETS directive, we have a commitment to look by 2026, 31st of July 2026, at the feasibility to develop a trading market for carbon removals in Europe, to do a link potentially with the ETS. And we'll have to look at all the potential solutions. And I know that some people have already doing some analysis, they express their view on that. But basically, you have three options. Full integration in the ETS. So instead of setting arbitrarily a cap on the ETS, you have to adjust the cap with total quantity of carbon removals, and you have a full integration on this. You can have also something totally independent. So ETS is a state ETS and focus only on emission reduction. And beside that, you have another system, another mechanism that looking specifically at removals. And we make sure that both together we reach our objective. And of course, then you can combine that and having a connection between the two systems and different type of connection, more regulated connection, something more mechanism that give more certainties, etc. So many different options, and we'll look at that very soon. We have started the work on this. We have launched study to look at this specific aspect. And the last point, I have no clue how much I've okay, is about enabling the transition. So enabling the transition, there are always, when you look at all our communication, there are always four key elements. There is the financial transition, the funding the transition. That is also, of course, very important. And I know that it's the interest of many people here. And I'm going to say a few words about that. There is research and innovation. And today we are at this event, and we all know how much important it is to bring some additional knowledge to help the policymakers to better understand what is at stake, etc., etc. And we need to continue the effort. We need projects like the NEGEM OceanNet landmark project in the future. And we also need innovation in the sense that we need to test all these carbon removal solutions. We need support to help people that want to be pioneers in carbon removal to have some support for this early stage development and to support their innovation. We need to develop the methodology to assess also the output of this project. Public acceptance is very key. there was a very important question. There is a big fear of the risk of deterrence, of mitigation for emission reduction effort. And we need to communicate, we need to reassure people, we need to transparency, credibility, and everything that we are doing. There is also, the last point is international dimension and also a link into public acceptance. I'm going to tell why now. It's because today in Europe, we are emitting about the production of CO2 that we release to the atmosphere in Europe is about 7%, 7% of the total global emissions. So 93% of the total emissions are happening outside Europe. When you look at consumption, it's a little bit more in Europe, maybe 8 or 9%. So, but anyway, more than 90% of the emissions are happening outside Europe. And I'm not sure that everybody has a very clear calendar for carbon removals. And we need a lot of discussion, international cooperation on that to promote the development of carbon removal everywhere in Europe. The work of the IPCC is extremely important. Also, the GIG methodology report on carbon removal CCU CCS that is coming in 2027 will be extremely important for this recognition of carbon removal. And my last slides will be just to give you an idea about funding, because I read some report recently, very interesting information. So this one is taken from Circular Carbon Market Report 2023. It's an X-Prize initiative that is comparing the investments today in different climate tech technologies. And we see, unfortunately, and this is sad, but this is what we see, a decline in climate tech investment in general. But on carbon management, there is no decline. And the share of investment in carbon management is increasing. Now we are about 25%, according to this report, of the investments are in carbon management. So carbon management is not only carbon removals, it's about CCU, it's about transporting the carbon, it's about CCS. But when you look at the detail, you see that the investments on carbon removal are constantly increasing, and now they represent the big share of all these carbon management emissions, the investment, sorry. And when you look also in the detail of today, we have three very important projects, OceanNet, Landmark, NEGEM, that cover all type of carbon removals. And when you look at the detail, you see that there is a lot of investment in everything. Yeah, the two main type of carbon removal are the land-based and directly from the air. Ocean, unfortunately, it's much more limited, but still people are looking at that. And the other graph is about at what time of the development of the businesses the investment are happening. And here you see that it's risky investment. It's at the pre-commercial stage, it's at the research and development that also this investment are taking place. And my, is it the last one? I think so. My last, no, yeah, two very short. Well, we have an issue in Europe where these investments are taking place. Here, this is not a circular carbon market report, but this is a figure that I found on the site of Robert and his team, Robert Hoglund and his team on the CDR.FRYI website. Very interesting. It's not exactly the same data that were used in the other report. I think it focused only on venture capital. But here you have an idea. Just don't look at the overall number, but at the distribution. Most of the investment are happening in US. And after US, this is not Europe, there is Canada. And after UK is here, and Europe is coming only later on. And we need to do more in Europe. We need more investment also from a European point of view. But the good news is member states are working on that. And yesterday we received a great news. In Denmark, they announced a lot of investment for carbon removals. In this case, it was the bio-CCS carbon removals, and they provided some data. I look at the number, here everything is expressed in Danish crown, but in euro, it's about, if I have the math correct, on 7 years, it's about 150 million euros investment for 3 projects of carbon removals. So it's a good news. Things are happening in Europe, yeah, I think projects like you that really help the development of carbon removals. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Fabien. Any questions to Fabien?
Thanks for the presentation. I was wondering if you could touch a bit on the separation between emission reductions and carbon removals and how you see that progressing.
Yeah. So on this, I guess you also refer to, as I said, the work that we have to do at the level of the European Commission to come with an assessment and potentially a proposal for targets on the integration of ETS, of carbon removal in ETS, but also the discussion about target, because there is a lot of discussion. Now we came with this suggestion of 90% net emission reduction as a European ambition by 2040. But the next step is to update our climate law. And how are we going to update our climate law? So we are going to assess that. We are going to look at all the possibilities, the different options. I mentioned some of them. We can have one single target. We can have just a net target. We can have an emission reduction target and a carbon removal target. We can have a permanent removal target and temporary removal target, or LULUCF target. And we can have a lot of different combinations. And our work now is to look at that and to do an assessment of the implications of different solutions in two different ways. What is good for the support of deploying carbon removal, but also we have to protect our emission reduction efforts. We have to be sure that what we do on the carbon removal side will not, again, deter the mitigation effort and emission reduction effort of the EU. So we have launched some study. We'll communicate on that, of course, and a lot of things will happen in the next months and on this.
Thank you for the presentation, Rocio Diaz from Imperial College. I agree with you about public acceptance, but how do you measure it in this type of project? Because we know that for other projects, sometimes the public is not fully informed and they're against it. So how do you measure it?
Yeah, no, it's an essential element, and we saw in the past how it has an impact also on the potential to deploy certain type of solution. We know that in some countries it's more difficult than in other countries, but now we also see that in some countries they're shifting a little bit, and now there is a better understanding that for some type of carbon removals, we need them anyway in the future, and we have to look at them and maybe some revise a bit the way they were seeing it in the past. I take some example. Germany, they have announced a carbon management strategy and a carbon removal strategy. Germany, a few years ago, it was much more difficult, for instance, to discuss about CCS in the national context in Germany. And the same things are happening in other countries in Europe. So we need a lot of communication. We need to explain. We need projects like yours that assess the benefit and the risks of carbon removal solutions and present them to the public and to really be very transparent on what it implies.
Yes, and so we will hear more about the study on the social acceptance, and that's very nice. I have one more quick question, and then we will move on to Mike.
Thank you for that. I was very disappointed at the beginning when you said you wouldn't talk about CCS, but I noticed at the end you did talk about CCS, which of course I welcome, because an integrated carbon management strategy has to combine CCS with durable carbon dioxide removal. So is this a hint that we are moving towards an integrated carbon management strategy for Europe, which combines CCS and carbon dioxide removal to permanent storage?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yes, this is a totally loaded question.
Yeah, no, but this is a very important question. And I mentioned the communication of the Commission on 2040 climate target, but there were two communications on the same time, one on this and one on the industrial carbon management strategy, where we look at all these aspects. We look at the capture of CO2, we look at the transport of CO2, infrastructure needed, and we look at the storage of CO2. And of course, the CCS leg, let's say, is extremely important. And carbon removals today, when we talk about carbon removals, and I showed it in our modeling, it's mainly CCS-based carbon removals, and it's about taking atmospheric and biogenic carbon to store it in CCS geological formations. But there is no so much difference from a technological point of view if you take it from fossil fuel or if you take it for carbon. So we need a coherent strategy for all of that, and that's why we came with these two communications, because when you compare it to our previous work and to the 2030 framework, what is the key elements that will enable us to reach our 2040 objective? We need, of course, to do more in everything, in renewable, in everything, but the two key sectors where we need to do new things, it's industrial carbon management in general, including carbon removals, and the land sector, agriculture and land sector. That they are really the two key elements in that sectors.
Thank you so much, Fabian, and thank you so much, Steve, for your excellent and very well timed presentations. We will now move on to our first session, where we will discuss the challenges of scaling up CDR methods. Scaling up the CDR methods when thinking about their environmental and social aspects. And our first speaker of this session is Dr. Constance Werner from Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research. And Constance has been leading the NEGEM work on assessing how to do carbon dioxide removals while respecting the planetary boundaries. And she will also present some key findings from the NEGEM LCA life cycle assessment studies on CDR methods. So please.
Hello, welcome also from my side. Thanks for setting the scene in so many aspects, and I'll try to address some of the open questions and also some of the trade-offs and costs mentioned in the audience. So in my time in NEGEM, I've been working on the impact assessment with a background as a Earth system analysis. And this assessment of the environmental pressures has been quite an important contribution to the NEGEM work in evaluating responsible CDR deployment. And here we applied diverse methods, so of different scale and different research questions. And what I'll do today is to present the key results on our life cycle assessment as well as process-based biosphere modeling. And in the work by my colleagues Celine and Gonzalo sitting over there as well from ETH, in their work they assessed a wide range of different net technologies with the method of life cycle assessment. So here the LCA is aiming to include all the relevant processes of a net and the entire life cycle of producing and processing this net and quantifying the impacts of first, of course, the climate effect, but then also other impact dimensions. And what is really beneficial and real advantage of this method is that we can have a wide range of different nets and assess them based on a common reference point, the unit of carbon being stored. And what was done first is to have a workshop to screen a large number of different technologies based on general aspects and also in terms of the data availability to identify the technologies that were then assessed in more detail in the impact assessment. And the ones selected here were then assessed for 3 damage categories: the damage on human health, ecosystems, and resource availability. Here given just for some examples of nets here in the middle, the ducks, for example. And I'm not going too much into detail of the exact values here, but what I wanted to show is that in this LCA, a variety of processes are included that have environmental impact from this net. And this is sourcing from those different processes that are quite specific for the different nets. And they all are based on the resource consumption and emission of pollutants. And what you will see here in red is then that the avoided global warming might have quite a beneficial effect, for example, on human health because you're avoiding the effects of the global warming, but then this can easily be offset by the emission of pollutants, for example, in terms of human health, or for example, land use pressures for the damage of ecosystems. And then for the damage to resource availability, which is assessed as extra cost for future extraction of metals and minerals, you can imagine that here the consumption of energy, and in some cases also the production of energy, plays a really important role, as well as the consumption of other chemical compounds, of course. Okay, so if you use this approach for a large number of nets, as it has been done at ETH, for those impact categories, what you find as the major message here is that there is no silver bullet. There is not this one technology that is like the top of them all, because there's none of these assessed nets performs better than all the others in all assessed impact dimensions. So what this is reinforcing again is that we need a portfolio of nets. And what this LCA showed in more detail is that there are technologies like ducts that might be quite promising because they generate net health and ecosystem co-benefits here, and relatively low damage to resource availability, still quite considerable for the energy. But it is worthwhile to look into these processes even more. And then for the nets relying on terrestrial biomass, was found that they generate quite substantial detrimental ecosystem impacts, mainly caused by the land use pressure. So what this is pointing out is that biomass side streams like agricultural residues could really help to lower this pressure here. So this gives us a great overview of the different technologies and how they perform in the different impact categories in a really nice comparability. But what is not addressed here are the impacts from stressors that are not related to resource use and emissions. And what is also not assessed are diverse net systems dependent on the local conditions and also the different pressures sourcing from the different local conditions. And this is where the biosphere modeling acts as a complementary analysis in NEGEM. Because here with the biosphere model LPGML, we could do spatially explicit simulations to assess the environmental pressures at a global scale and with all these different local conditions. And with the representation of main ecosystem stocks and flows in the model, we could assess the pressure on 4 terrestrial planetary boundaries, this being biosphere integrity, land system change, freshwater use, and nitrogen flows. And we did this for the 2 most discussed terrestrial nets, being plantation-based bags and reforestation. And what we found here as the first message is that there's basically no potential of plantation-based bags outside of agricultural areas without further transgressing planetary boundaries and with full forest protection. So what this means is that outside agricultural areas, there might be vast areas to use for plantations if there are no constraints of planetary boundaries at all. And this might be a quite high theoretical potential, but if you are considering Earth system stability as a whole and switching on all these different constraints from the planetary boundaries, what you end up with is not a lot of areas you can use and potential of almost 0 CDR. However, these results are only referring to biomass plantations outside of agricultural land. So what this tells us is that we need to make room within the agriculturally used land. So a deep transformation of the food producing system to make room for the nets here. And what is a good option and a promising potential for this is shifting to meat-reduced diets. because this could allow us to rededicate pasture land to terrestrial nets. However, what we found here is that if you release pasture areas to biomass plantations for BECCS, this again increases the pressure on planetary boundaries. As you can see here in the figures, with the intensified land management for the biomass plantation, really shifting a lot of areas globally to regions of really high risk of critically disrupting nitrogen and blue water flows. If, however, on the other side, you take the diet shifts and use it for releasing pasture for reforestation, you could release pressure on planetary boundaries, as we show here with the assessment of the land system change boundary. And you can see how this gives the potential to re-enter the safe operating space, for example, for the African tropical forest. And as well for the biosphere integrity assessment, we found that the BECCS scenario shifts important ecosystem flows and stocks farther away from the natural state with those orange colors here, while the reforestation scenario restores much of those stocks and flows. So there's a really huge difference in what you do with the land here. So what we conclude then in NEGEM from our impact assessment is the following. First of all, again, there's no silver bullet. There's no net without negative effects, identified at least one impact dimension. Then forest restoration has been shown to be among the nets with the most co-benefits. This is also important for a contribution to the international targets of nature restoration, because we don't only have climate stabilization targets. And a bit critical here is that it strongly depends on large-scale food system transformation, for example, the diet shifts that I showed. Then in contrast, the biomass-based nets, they show to have particularly critical impacts on the biosphere if we use those monocultures and feedstock production on large scale and intensively managed plantations. So this definitely requires regulation. Some words on the storage. Here we have found that the CCS-based nets have the potential to become a crucial approach for effectively counterbalancing residual emissions, mainly because they are permanent and reliable in their carbon storage. But what still remains the major challenge is to get the sustainable biomass for BECCS and clean energy for ducks. And these are the limiting factors here. Then in contrast, the CDR from reforestation and other natural climate solutions, they are setterable and reversible, thus not totally reliable for compensating residual fossil emissions. However, and this is really important, the role in restoring, fostering, protecting the natural carbon sink, plus all those co-benefits that I showed, this remains indispensable for Earth system stability. So in addition to climate stabilization, Earth system stability as a whole. And then coming back to the portfolio, what this enables us is to kind of mitigate the effects of the individual stresses from nets that we identified here in the LCA and the biosphere modeling, and consider the multidimensional constraints, the critical impacts, as well as accounting for the differences in the reliability of the long-term CO2 storage. And with this, I want to thank you.
Excellent presentation. Do we have questions to Constance?
Hi, thanks so much, Cody from Clean Air Task Force. I have a question on the LCA boundaries. From one of the slides, it looked like you're taking it from the complete kind of cradle. So for like, say, biomass, growing the biomass cultivation, would that be included? Let's say in a scenario where that LCA boundary is not really taken into account, and instead we just take the capture from the stack, for example. Would that be, in your view, maybe an unsustainable practice? And again, a bit of a loaded question. Thanks.
I think I'll point to the
Yes, so
expert.
so all the studies in the life cycle until you have 1 metric ton of CO2 store. So yeah, I don't know if this is. And the second point was in terms of capture at point sources. Yeah, I think scientifically speaking, so there's no possible to be doing that because otherwise, for example, you know that depending on the energy source, this can change dramatically. Because, for example, there's one scenario using the carbon mix, and if it's not the carbon mix yet, therefore the efficiency of the removal is very low because you are shifting the burden somewhere else.
Although the risk of reopening many NEGEM conversations, I'm just drawing that boundary is always hard. And you mentioned, but just to pick on one example, fossil-powered decks looks very expensive, but that very expensive depends on what you think is going to happen to all that stranded gas. So you know, there's always a danger in how you draw these boundaries, so we need to be cognizant of that.
I mean, yeah, it's the essence of the LCA, of course, where you draw the boundaries, and then if you want to look at the net CDR, the mix of fossils in ducts doesn't really make sense, right? So.
Well, that depends if you have a lot of gas to it.
And yeah, we're mostly focusing on the work on that side, but it's true that when it comes to the cost, if the natural gas in the high temperature ducts is very cheap, then the cost will go down. And then you will still take carbon from the ground to put it back in the form of CO2. So finally, with a limited storage.
Well, let's see what they manage next year in Texas.
And also in terms of the impact assessment we saw with the effect on the ecosystem and human health, of course, you still have to discuss.
Thank you a lot, and thank you for a very great work, Martin from Campaign San Francisco, Copenhagen based. You had some very short remarks on terms of the consequences for policy making, and I think there's many policymakers in the room. So on the whole findings surrounding bio-CCS, you mentioned that regulation of the biomass was needed in parallel with any incentives, as I hear it, for starting having this CDR method being exploited. But could you perhaps put some more words on that aspect, just in terms of getting it translated into the context of the European policy making?
Yeah, sure. So what we've seen in also the IPCC scenarios that Steve quickly pointed to is that we always have those huge BECCS potentials, and a lot of those scenarios depend on biomass plantations. But what we see in those impact assessments is that there are a lot of environmental costs and social costs for those plantations. And what we really need to utilize more and have really good regulation and streams is those biomass side streams, agricultural residues, processing residues. So I think that the European Union has a really good streamlines already to regulate this. But from an Earth system analysis perspective, I must say that those monocultures and biomass plantations are not the future. And so, yeah, really using this power of the European Union to use those biomass side streams will be more the potential of BECCS in Europe, I think.
So thank you very much, Constance, and thank you for the questions. We will now move on to the presentation by Dr. David Keller from Yamar, and David is the coordinator of OceanNet's project, and will now give us the key OceanNet's messages to the discussion.
Okay, thank you for having me here today. First, I want to remind you all what are ocean-based CDR approaches, because these are not as familiar to many people. So we're talking things about like terrestrial biomass dumping into the ocean alkalinity enhancement, ocean fertilization, blue carbon management, or even ecosystem design. You could also grow marine biomass and either sink it into the ocean or harvest it for biochar or bioenergy. There's artificial upwelling approaches. There's also artificial downwelling approaches that have been proposed. And there's also a method where you can directly strip CO2 out of seawater. So that's what this project focused on, are these ideas. And there's a few other fringe ideas out there as well. Before I get into what we did in ocean nets, I think it's important to say something about how the field developed. And then I'll tell you a bit about what we learned in ocean nets and go over some case studies there. But how the field's developed. Back in 2018, when the call for these projects came out and we started writing the proposals, there was some modeling work that had been done. It was mostly theoretical, and it was researched by a very few people around the world, and there was very little funding. Now that we're here in 2024, there's substantial public and private funding. There's lots of research, synthesis, and advocacy going on around the world. There's a lot of startups that are now doing things. There's field trials. There's a voluntary carbon market with corporate engagement. So it's a very different field than it was back at the start. There's a lot of research funding that's developed just over the last few years. There's some EU projects that you might be familiar with, CO2 CDR, or the Rescue Project, which a fraction of it touches on ocean-based CO2 removal. There may be a few other EU projects that touch on this. But what's happening elsewhere around the world? In Germany, Germany's put up about 44 million euros in funding to work on ocean-based CO2 removal. The USA has put up about 77 million worth of funding to work on ocean-based CO2 removal. China has invested $347 million in ocean-based CDR. Then there's a lot of private funding. There's some nonprofits that have $50 million. There's the voluntary carbon market, where just in the fall they invested 7 million in startups. And then there's tens of millions in venture capital and other funding flowing into ocean-based CO2 removal, mostly outside of Europe. So hopefully that gives you an idea of the landscape that's developed just in the last couple of years. And then just to again enforce how quickly this field is growing, when it was reviewed in 2021, there were about 58 companies working on ocean-based CO2 removal. Most of it was just theoretical work, and they were just getting started. A more recent review puts this number at about 116. And now they're starting to do field trials around the world just in the last 2 years. There's been field trials on artificial upwelling. There's companies piloting direct removal of CO2 from seawater. There's several companies doing ocean alkalinity enhancement, putting olivine on beaches, testing adding alkalinity to water, doing electrochemical alkalinity enhancement. There's several companies looking at dumping biomass into the ocean or the Black Sea where it's anoxic basins. And then one of the biggest experiments was done by a company called Running Tide, where they dumped barge loads of wood chips covered in calcium carbonate to do a little alkalinity enhancement off of Iceland. So hopefully this gives you an idea of what's just happened in the last couple of years. Now to come back to what we've done in ocean nets in the meantime. We've done a lot on economics, governance, and public perception. A little bit of that will be presented later. Then we've done some work on responsible research and innovation and Earth system modeling. And then we've done some case studies, which is what I'm going to focus on since I have limited time today. So I'm going to try and answer one of the questions that was posed to us with this project is, can ocean-based CDR help us meet climate mitigation targets? And this is what we tried to answer in ocean nets with 2 case studies. These case studies, the first one focused on, could you use spare capacity in the cement industry to generate lime to do ocean liming? And the next one is, could you do ocean alkalinity enhancement via electrochemical means as an add-on to desalination plants? A graphic of this would look more like this. For ocean liming, you would mine limestone, then you would calcinate that, capture the CO2 that's released during calcination, and then you would disperse that lime in the ocean. The electrochemistry, that's an add-on, a very energy-intensive process, but you can add it on to desalination plants where the brines are favorable for this to generate alkaline solutions. Life cycle assessments that have been done within the project confirm that ocean liming can be significantly carbon negative. Of course, there's some assumptions and different scenarios that played out in this. And this just shows all the processes that were looked at in this life cycle assessment, but it can be carbon negative. For electrochemical alkalinity enhancement or brine splitting, the life cycle assessment found that if you did it with current energy systems, it would not be net negative. But if you could do electrochemical alkalinity enhancement with renewables like wind energy, then you could have a highly net negative source of alkalinity. The case studies did a deeper dive and looked at what would be realistic potentials in Spain for these 2 approaches. And it looks like in ocean liming, you could generate enough lime, and you wouldn't have to generate that necessarily near the coast, but you'd have to transport it there. but you could generate enough lime to do 23 megatons of CO2 removal per year. You could do electrochemical ocean alkalinity enhancement and generate a couple megatons, and then maybe you could do some coastal enhanced weathering, putting olivine on beaches or something like that. So it's at the megaton scale for a particular country where this analysis has gone. Of course, this may get a little technical, but there's some policy themes and challenges which may actually cross-cut with some other things that go on in the field. There's, of course, uncertainties about the scale and whether one's doing this, at a national level, or if it's just companies trying to offset their emissions. And then there's, of course, if you're doing liming, then you need to have low emission lime production. High confidence that could happen, but the question is, what will the share of the market be of this? So that's a challenge. It's difficult to imagine what the deployment infrastructure will look like. I've talked about that you could generate the lime, but not how you would disperse it. That's something that we don't know yet. And then it's difficult if you want to scale this up even further to envision how you would expand mining for limestone within Europe, because that's hard to do. For the electrochemistry, of course, you have the energy problem. It's a very energy intensive process. So if you take energy from that, or you're taking energy away from something else, there's the discharge. If you're discharging it with current brines, there's implications there of what would the discharge be, what are the pH levels. And then, of course, if you're doing electrochemistry, maybe you can generate other products. So maybe there's a co-benefit there. And then again, I think I already said this, but there's increased competition for energy when you're doing something that requires lots of energy. And then there's the acceptance, is it acceptable to do this? Will desalination become more common in the future? So I said that we could generate alkaline solutions through these case studies, but how would you actually disperse them? We spend a lot of time in OceanNets looking at what it would actually mean to do alkalinity enhancement. First, one of the things we learned is that if you increase alkalinity too much in any one place, you have secondary precipitation, and you can actually decrease alkalinity and lose CO2. These figures here show incubation experiments with different levels of alkalinity, and you can see in the higher ones that when you add too much alkalinity, the alkalinity actually went down. You actually lost CO2, but I have to stress, these are at very high levels of alkalinity enhancement. So you would have to avoid these thresholds, or you would have to do dilution to avoid this. These findings don't say that there still isn't a large CDR potential, but it says there's a limit on how you actually do this when you're deploying it, and that you can't add too much alkalinity in any one place. And then we spent a lot of time and money in OceanNets looking at biological impacts, because that was of main concern and hadn't been studied before this project. So we did 2 sets of mesocosm experiments, one in Gran Canaria, Spain, and one in Bergen, Norway. So we basically took these large bags, you could think of it, in enclosed natural seawater, and added different alkaline solutions at different levels in these 2 places, which have different food webs, oligotrophic off of Spain versus Bergen, Norway. And sort of to summarize the finding, these figures here try to show impacts on things like production, biomass, diversity, various things that are important for the food web dynamics for both Spain and Norway. And what we found, basically to summarize it, is there were only minor impacts on the subtropical food web, and they were transient. They didn't have a lasting effect, even when we had very high levels of alkalinity enhancement. And in Bergen, Norway, again, there were no large impacts on the food web at the time that this study was done. So far, we haven't seen any showstoppers in terms of impacts on the biological community at levels of alkalinity enhancement that are very high, that you probably wouldn't do if you're actually doing this for CDR purposes. So to conclude the case studies, I think these case studies show that ocean alkalinity enhancement can potentially play a role in mitigation pathways. As was said in the previous presentation, that's certainly not the only solution, but it may be a solution as part of a portfolio. We still don't know a lot about how to scale and deploy these approaches. We really need field trials at this time, because we've learned pretty much as we can in mesocosms, but we need to actually learn through field trials. Although lab experiments have provided insights on what to do or not to do. Governance, public perception, and policy, of course, must be enabling just for field trials, but for other things. And then we really need to work on monitoring, reporting, and verification protocols, because we don't know how to do that very well for ocean-based CO2 removal. And then I would say we did these case studies for alkalinity enhancement. We couldn't do them for other approaches because the knowledge gaps were just too big. But I think now that they're being filled in, we can start going forward in the future and do further case studies and development. So just some key recommendations at the end before I wrap up here. we really need to figure out how we deploy and scale up ocean-based CO2 removal. There's some engineering challenges that haven't been worked on. Startups are starting to work on these now, but we really need field trials. But we also have to do these field trials in a responsible way, and we can't let things get ahead of the science. So they have to be scientifically sound field trials, not dumping barge loads of wood chips off of Iceland with maybe no way to really do the reporting verification. And then again, monitoring, reporting, verification, the CO2 CDR project. This is going to focus on this, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done in that area. I can tell you the ocean observing community is not prepared for ocean-based CO2 removal. They don't have a good baseline for the ocean as it is, so they're very worried about this topic, and they need more funding to do ocean observing. And then, of course, we need to assess what CO2 removal approaches are feasible and desirable for different locations. So it's not just, we'll do alkaline enhancement globally. You have to look at what you can do locally and regionally with the resources and the capabilities there. And I think I'll stop there since I'm probably out of time. Okay.
It's a lot of insights to ocean-based removals, and we have one question there.
Hello, I'm Tucker with Frontier. Thanks for the presentation. Obviously, a lot to unpack in just like short amount of time. So really appreciate you, giving glimpses of all of this. Can you maybe say a little bit more on the ocean mining approach, your assumptions for the technology? Is that like electric calcination with like carbon-free grid energy?
Yeah, so what I presented was the optimistic scenario of that LCA. And I think that was a plasma-based calcination using, renewable energies. You could, of course, do calcination as most people do it today with fossil fuels. And then I think the potential is still much lower, but it is net negative still.
And then have you looked also at how much have you looked at transport of the materials and minerals that are needed for both these cases, also for the electrochemical case, there or other neutralization methods for the acid that's the byproduct, and then have you also looked at costs or only at technical feasibility? Yeah,
so transport has certainly been looked at. I mean, for electrochemical, you don't need to do much. Well, you don't need to do much transport because you could split seawater basically to desalination plant and discharge it there. Although maybe you could think, okay, you can't discharge too much in one place, then you would have to use a ship to discharge it somewhere else. But transport costs don't have the biggest footprint in any of these. For most alkaline enhancement, it would be either calcination, or if you're grinding a mineral to put it on a beach, that's where your biggest cost is, and CO2 footprint is. But transport can be, well, it's still important, but it's not one of the biggest things. And I think one thing that I always think of with alkaline enhancement is it's interesting. Alkaline enhancement has a mass transport problem. You're moving lots of minerals around if you're doing it with a mineral-based thing, but you also have to compare that to that locks the CO2 into seawater in that place versus doing CCS, where you also have a transport problem where you're moving lots of CO2 and trying to put it somewhere. So I think it's nice to balance those perspectives when thinking about these things.
Yeah. And we're definitely excited about these approaches. So just for the electrochemical approach, there's a transport problem too with the byproduct, which is acid.
Yeah, I didn't get into, so there is a byproduct there. There's a few ways to do electrochemistry though, and I think people are, I don't know that anybody's settled on one particular approach, but you're right. I did not mention the byproduct.
Thanks. Then we had one question here and then Nixon.
Thanks, David. Dr. again. Very quick clarification. So am I right in understanding that for the Spanish studies, essentially the limiting factor was the projected availability of lime rather than anything to do with number of sites or possible absorption in the ocean? It was that what surplus capacity there might be in the industry.
Yeah, for aside from the engineering difficulties of how you would actually deploy this, it was lime production, limestone mining. To open a new limestone mine, I think people have told me it could take 10 or 15 years and is something very, very difficult to do.
That makes it very hard to project out from that study to anywhere else.
Yeah, it would be difficult to scale up, but I can say the lime industry is very interested in this, and I have talked to people in the lime industry a number of times.
Thanks, David. Nixon Sonny from Imperial College. I've got two questions. One is around the case study. And you mentioned that if you inject lime in a highly specific location, you run the risk of precipitation. Did you look at any other constraints that might very well be to do with the aquatic life? So from what I understand, small changes in pH have quite a big impact at the point of injection. Then the second question is around scaling up. From what I understand, the vast majority of the world's ocean, 70% or more, lies outside of any exclusive economic zone. Now, does that present a barrier for scaling up the different approaches that you see?
Yeah, so let me answer the first part there. So yeah, so we did mesocosms to look at biological impacts throughout the food web with different minerals, different levels of alkalinity, and those types of studies continue. There's some going on in Kiel, Germany right now, and there's very many groups around the world doing lab studies with just bottles, but full mesocosms, as well as field trials, because that was one of the major unknowns. So far, I've only seen one study that had a small impact, and this was during a major phytoplankton bloom. But I would say 90% of the studies I've seen show really no biological impacts, even at very high levels of alkalinity increase. But again, too much of anything is bad. If I drink too much water, I'll die. So I think it's safe to say that you could remove gigatons of CO2 by adding a little bit of alkalinity over a very large scale, which brings, and then you would have very limited, you wouldn't change seawater chemistry that much. You would have an impact on biology, at least as far as we can tell. But that brings it to the next question of, the scale of it. Ideally, you would do this over a very wide area, so you would limit how much you would add at any one place and thereby minimize any potential impacts or avoid secondary precipitation. Right now, you can't do this in the global ocean. You're going to hear a governance talk later by Barbara about this, but right now you can do ion fertilization experiments, but ocean alkalinity enhancement is not yet on the list. There's a push to put this there, but I think to do this at a large scale, you would want to be able to use the global ocean to do this. That being said, I think it is possible that some countries could help counter some of their residual emissions just in their territorial waters. So you could do some things maybe at the megaton scale in terms of alkalinity enhancement just in your territorial waters. But open ocean would be the key to any of these approaches, is to unlock that global commons.
So we had several questions, but we can only take one more. I'm sorry, it was
Thank you very much, Robert, from the European Commission, the The question is whether you have assessed or measured the actual CO2 uptake from the atmosphere, or is it just assumed that the carbon extracted from the ocean is translated into a removal from the atmosphere to the ocean? And the other part of it is there a timeline that you would expect between the intervention and when the actual removal happens? And is it something that is policy relevant, or do you have any certainty of when the CO2 would be actually removed from the atmosphere?
Yeah, so certainly in the mesocosm studies, you can measure the CO2 removal. And in the field trials I know that have gone on, they can get hints about it, but there are no good ways to do the monitoring, reporting, verification. You can certainly measure some carbon uptake, but this is, I think, one of the biggest topics in this field is how you actually do the carbon accounting. We're very certain that it's going to be taken up, and you can do modeling studies and show efficiencies, but even then, there's a lot of work to be done in this area, but you can certainly show that CO2 uptake happens. There is a time delay, but this, again, depends on where you add it and what alkaline solutions you're adding as to how much of this time delay there would be and what the dynamics are there, because the ocean is a very fluid place. Summertime, maybe where it's very stratified, and you add a little bit, you could quantify that quite well over a short amount of time, but maybe if it's well mixed during the ocean and it's transported away, maybe 30% of your CO2 uptake would happen out of the area where you've added it. At least that's what our modeling studies show. But this is a very this is the hot topic now for ocean alkalinity enhancement research, is doing these field trials and trying to quantify how much carbon has actually been taken up, as well as what any impacts would be.
So thank you so much, David, and thank you for all the questions, and I hope you can ask more from David during the coffee class. But now we need to move on with the program. So our next speaker is Isaac Spiker from JI and Climate and Sustainability. And Isaac is one of the coordinators of Landmark project, and he will tell us now the observation by Landmark.
Yeah, so thank you very much. Also, thank you for NEGEM for inviting us as a sister project to be here today. I'm Isaac Spiker. I work at the Joint Implementation Network. The JI Joint Implementation, maybe interesting to know, is originating from the olden days when the Kyoto Protocol was drafted. And it's all has to do with the CDM JI. And the reason of our organization being in existence is actually from that, where the Dutch government decided at some point to fund a small organization to help inform the climate community. I'm very happy to see that Europe is also picking up the whole with the CRCF framework, with the work that's being done on carbon markets and the CRCF framework. That being said, I'm part of the coordinating team of the Landmark project, and I'll try to give you a bit of a snapshot overview of what the project is about, what we have been doing the past 3.5, 4 years, and what we're still about to do. I will have to restrain myself to a bit of cherry picking, so I have made a small selection of topics to discuss. If you're interested, during the lunch break and coffee break, I put up some mini posters in the room over there, where you can dig a bit into more other work that our project team has done. I'll refer to them briefly later on as well in my talk. But yeah, just to start out, what is Landmark about? In order to frame it, I'd like to put it in the perspective of the CRCF framework as a carbon farming with a splash of CDR, so to say. So we focus based on the land-based mitigation technologies and practices. The research that we've done is revolving about 3 main pillars, so to say, and they all integrate, but as separate items. The first pillar is the stakeholder engagement work. We put considerable time and effort in liaising with stakeholders, practitioners, policymakers on the ground in many different countries and also regions to really try to understand what let's say, the practical concerns and considerations with respect to scaling some of these solutions that we were talking about. So really try to understand what was happening at the grassroots level, so from the bottom up. This work is still ongoing, but now we're entering more into the phase of sharing information and feeding back our information and knowledge with those communities that we've been liaising with. The second part, which is also quite important, is the second pillar, is also on the Earth observations that we'll be doing. In many countries, we have done field trials, experiments with a combination of Earth observation technologies, both from remote sensing technologies, but also in situ or ground truth technologies and practices, in order to really try to figure out, are we storing carbon or are we avoiding emissions from soils and ecosystems? So that's the second pillar. Third pillar is more let's say the quantitative side of what we've been discussing with the stakeholders, is really try to understand what would be the impacts if we would scale these smaller projects or to national level or even regional level. What would the impact be on land use, economics, etc. So we had a suite of models that would help us to do this. The map, I'm very happy to have this very big screen, because I was a bit afraid that people couldn't read the countries that are on. The map gives you a bit of an overview. There are some leaflets in the hall that refer to these countries. You'll see the country name, and in green you see the type of Earth observation research that we've done on the specific approach. So there are some soil fertility, some agroforestry management. We even have some rice management practices where we've done some work with Earth observation technologies. And underneath there, you see also some national portfolios. I like the previous speakers that they were really speaking about portfolios, because there's never a silver bullet. And we also think that the whole transition of at least the carbon farming sphere will require portfolios of activities to be combined and mixed and matched. And we think that would help the transformation of the system. the key words, so the focus of the words, I'm using a bit of buzzwords here, are really co-design, really talking with stakeholders, understanding what they find relevant. So also some of the portfolios were not predefined in our proposal. We really asked the stakeholders what would be the relevant ones to take up. This is partly a challenge, but it was more needs and stakeholder-driven approach. It's largely, especially in the countries, been more of a bottom-up approach, which gives you high level of detail and context, which we, in the regional approach, we try to scale up these lessons to see if they're more generalizable results that we can pick up and put in our modeling later on. And yeah, so so the second pillar, and I'll talk a bit about that now. So what we've done in several countries is to deploy a combination of Earth observation techniques. This can range from the remote sensing technologies, from different satellites, also from the European Space Agency program, with Sentinel satellites. Also the Tropomi satellite was used, which is a relatively new one, and that is up and running. So the combinations were piloted and tested. Some of those pilot sites did deliver quite promising results. Some did not deliver what we would expect it, but that's what you would expect in research projects. So we have been struggling a bit, of course, with spatial scales and resolutions. You know that you have to mix the ground truth monitoring with the remote sensing technologies to see if they really are matching in a proper way. That's really for our Earth observation partners, that problem they have to try to figure a way out. We've applied them to different type of practices. So it's not only, for example, for peatland rewetting, but also for other type of approaches like agroforestry or forestation, and particularly the above ground biomass mapping has done, we've seen quite good results on that. Soil organic carbon was a bit more tricky to get that done in a robust manner. So we have several carbon mapping tools being developed. I call them carbon mapping tools, but it's more like it's different ways to monitor these fluxes and removals in a better way. You see the five tools that are being developed, 5 combinations. There are leaflets about those in the venue you can look into. A little bit about how that would work in practice. So we've seen some work, we've done some work on peatland rewetting in the Netherlands, and really tried to find an alternative way to do the monitoring there to establish a good quantification of the greenhouse gas emission effect. We try to analyze based on the existing voluntary carbon market, because we do already have peatland rewetting projects which are certified and which are up and running in the country, and we just take a look at what they're doing in terms of quantifying and monitoring. And the approach there, you see that they do really ground truth monitoring by drilling wells, and the water levels are monitored on a continuous basis, and depending on the water level, which is then correlated to an oxidation factor of methane and of CO2, and also methane emissions levels. So that's the way the Dutch voluntary carbon market is currently doing it. But you'll see already with the number of wells the minimum number of wells they are prescribing, that the coverage and resolution is not really fully expressing the the diversity of the plots that we're talking about. It's just 10 wells in like 100 hectares, so to say. So it's not really covering. So we explored a different route based on existing sites where peatland rewetting was taking place. We were happy enough to join forces with another national research project, which was doing gas flux measurements on a specific rewetting site. We've added some soil analysis, particularly the soil biological analysis, to really understand the change in composition of soil microbiome, for example, for methanogenic bacteria strains. So some results on that will be out there as well. And of course, we've taken some remote sensing products from several partners in the project to really understand if there's an alternative route to do a better, more robust monitoring of these type of systems. And current results are that it appears to be a very good alternative route. to do like similar type of monitoring. And really the next step in this process, which we're doing right now, is to really see if this, combination of ground truth and remote sensing monitoring will be have to be an add-on to this ground truth well drilling. Will it actually save cost? Will it actually reduce the cost, or will it improve the quality of the monitoring? So that's part of the next step that we'll be exploring in the next few months, together with also these other 5 tools where the similar process is undergoing, to really see how we can start marketing them in a more like a business-oriented perspective. So that's on the Earth observations. A bit similar approach we've taken on simulation modeling. Again, there are some leaflets in the venue. I see that there's one error there, but anyhow. We have a model suite that has been operating. Some of the models are used to do land use change simulations. Some of them are used to do macroeconomic simulations. So with that, we try to understand within different countries and regions what the portfolios look like and how they would be scaled up in this region. That's the qualitative part that we try to translate into scenarios that we've used to plot it in these models and try to figure out what would be the impact on various economic or land use indicators. So the example I've taken, again, I'm from the Netherlands, so I apologize for taking a Dutch example, but so what we've done there is to develop a portfolio of approaches in the carbon farming area. It includes peatland rewetting, agroforestry and afforestation, and BECCS. Although it's a bit of an atypical BECCS, it's based on biogas systems. And that's based on the biogas that's produced on animal manure, because we have a considerable livestock sector. And that form of biomass is one of the large, mainly untapped resources of biomass in the country. So there are big ambitions on scaling these biogas systems as well. So what we see here is that, and it fits well with the current political debate about the size of the livestock sector and freeing up land, for example, to do more peatland rewetting and afforestation. We try to find a balance between those 3 options because they mix and match and interact in a certain way, and try to see what type of scaling scenario you could make for this bundle of approaches. And you'll see here that the E3ME model, we were able to create over 3 megatons of CO2 emission reduction by 2050 based on the scale-up scenarios. We're still tweaking a bit because the model now assigns the biogas that you create to the power generation sector, but we would like to push this into the transport sector or the heating sector, because that's where the governance is going more. In this, we have certain policies in place in the country, so we'll tweak this a bit more. But here you can see the type of results that we are pushing out for these different countries where these models are applied. And on the bottom left, you'll see the GDP impact. I don't want to talk about specific details, but this is what we will have. You've seen the map. We've applied E3ME in several countries, and all the models also several countries. So this type of information is about to come out in the project, already has been published. Yeah, with that, I'd like to close, but not without thanking the whole Landmark Consortium for doing all the good work. Without that, there could not have been a project. And with that, I close. Thank you so much.
Are there questions? A great talk. Just a question in terms of the modeling that you just presented the results for. There was a line that said consumer expenditure. Is that assuming that customers are paying for the technology?
That's a good question. I am actually not 100% sure. The Cambridge Econometrics is our modeling team. I could ask, but there's of course an interplay with the consumer expenditure. It could result in increase of, for example, prices for food. So that might have an impact on those type of things. I have to we can talk a bit more in detail if you're interested into this specific question. I don't have the straight up answer there.
A huge issue in land-based CDR, of course, is the accounting and setting the baselines of working out how much CO2 you can absorb by actual land in the absence of the intervention and so on. And did you have a sort of an econometrics team on this? Was there an accountants team involved, or were you interacting with the carbon accountants community?
Yeah, so we had a big discussions about these default values or values you put in these models. Later this afternoon, I have a bit. If you refer to peatland rewetting, I have a bit more specific talk on baselines and the baseline development there. You may want to take up a question over there if you like. But yeah, that's a big debate on how to really put that in place. But yeah, I'll be happy. I'll be floating around the posters later on. So if you have a specific question or a specific model or a specific carbon map tool, I'll be glad to answer some of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Asle, and thank you everyone for keeping the timing very well. So now we have time also for our last speakers, Professor David Reiner from Cambridge University, and Dr. Luciuta, from Associate Professor from Groningen University. And they will tell us about the NEGEM and also net research on the social license to operate for carbon dioxide removals.
Great, thank you, Kati. But that's not all. I'm also presenting some ocean work that Christine Merck and colleagues have been doing. So there's lots to cover in a relatively short presentation, and I'll really just be quickly covering some of these things. The first point I would suggest or direct you to is our NEGEM project results. We have 68, I don't know, lost track. So we have lots on our website. There are 6 that we have just on our social license to operate, public and stakeholder acceptability work package. And I'll only really be talking about one, and Rhoda will be talking about another deliverable, but I commend you to the load of them. We've taken a kind of a wide variety of approaches to try and understand, which I think Fabien mentioned at the beginning. This is very much a nascent field, so it has been a bit challenging at times to actually try and to do some of this work when you're asking even stakeholders about issues that they're only slowly becoming familiar with themselves. So the first report I mentioned is one where we try to pull together all the different reports that we could find, press releases, longer reports, blog posts that various stakeholders have put together, and we did a machine learning analysis of those reports to get some sense of what the sentiments were towards these different CDR options. We also did close to 50 longer form interviews with stakeholders. We organized 5 stakeholder workshops. Because it was during COVID, we ended up doing those online, and that allowed us to bring in stakeholders from across Europe, where we tried to balance framing of kind of a more moral approach to the CDR problem versus a more scientific or technical approach to the problem. And part of the reason why we were successful at getting attendees was that people like Fabien gave up their time to interact with stakeholders, which we're greatly appreciative of. We also did a set of expert elicitations looking at DACs and BECs in particular, getting a sense of the uncertainties associated with both the scalability and the future cost reductions of these different options. And again, that allowed us to engage and interact further with some of our modeling work packages, which you'll hear from next. I'll talk a little bit more about the stakeholder survey that we've wrapped up and just published on the website a few weeks ago. then I'll say a few slides about the excellent OceanNets work that has been done over the past few years. And then I'll turn it over to Goda to talk about the public perception survey that she and her doctoral student Jayu did on the subject. So just on the question of this stakeholder survey, what we wanted to do was to understand kind of a range of attitudes or attitudes towards a range of issues with regard to negative emissions technologies and processes. To give you a sense of the challenges we face, so we have a database of something like 3,500 stakeholders or more. We managed to get around about 300 respondents. Out of that, that's 10%. That's actually pretty good, given the inundation that we all face with emails asking us to fill in surveys. And so part of the reason why we're able to actually get a number as high as we did was actually through the good offices, the help that we received from some of our NEGEM partners. So Carbon Market Watch, trying to gin up interest in the rest of Climate Action Network Europe, some of our industrial partners trying to help us out in terms of distributing the survey. But that's actually one of the challenges that we face as part of this process. We also are now going to try and maybe further boost our survey by using Qualtrics to have native language. We've kind of translated our survey into Hungarian and Czech and Estonian and so on, and trying to get some additional responses in that way. The other thing that I think we also tried to do in terms of our work was to engage with our colleagues. So in terms of the public survey, we try to, even though we both have our own distinct objectives, we tried to coordinate with regard to a few questions. And so we asked some questions in common on both the public survey and the stakeholder survey. So I think this has been quite a both a fun, engaging exercise, but also one that's been enormously challenging to get sort of the numbers, get the response that we need to say anything useful, to say anything robust about our findings. In terms of the overall respondents, it ended up being roughly balanced between NGOs and the public sector, roughly 100 of each. Then a number of researchers. We didn't do terribly well in terms of getting government actors, policymakers. That's not surprising to us. And one of the key approaches that we took in our stakeholder survey was to conduct a discrete choice experiment. It was to line up, two different types of projects, two different, hypothetical types of projects, and to ask people, which are the projects that they prefer. Looking at, again, a stylized one, if you want, on the left-hand side. That's a nature-based approach that has a particular level of permanence, particular cost, that has a proponent, either an NGO or a firm, and a particular constellation of resource use and impact. And we kind of play them off against each other. We've asked each respondent to rank a number of different pairwise combinations. And most interestingly, coming out of this, we found that the single most important characteristic of one of these projects that we put forward was the level of permanence. The private sector respondents were slightly more likely to prioritize permanence than the NGO respondents, but all kind of placed it as kind of the single most important issue. And after that, we see many of the other characteristics follow in behind. Again, not surprisingly, maybe that people preferred or slightly preferred nature-based solutions over technology-based solutions. They obviously preferred the much longer permanence. They preferred cheaper options, and so on. And what was striking, even the private sector respondents preferred to have an NGO as a proponent of a project, which says something about, which doesn't mean, of course, the NGOs are going to finance it or come up with the funding, but the idea that these projects might be more successful if they have a greater degree of engagement with NGOs is something that we definitely found in our results. So that's a very, very brief tour of some of the NEGEM stakeholder work. I'll say just a couple of words about the work that Christine and colleagues have been doing in ocean nets. And just to say, I think we've tried to actually have engagement even from the very beginning of our projects. So it's gratifying to actually have the stage to continue to collaborate, and we'll continue to collaborate on the CO2 CDR project that was mentioned earlier. And like us, the Ocean Nets is also engaged in a number of different methodological approaches across a wide range of, even a more wider range of geographies. So they did focus groups in Germany and Norway. They conducted a deliberative survey in Norway, and then they did cross-country surveys, not just in France, Germany, and Norway, but also Canada, China, and Taiwan. And at the right-hand side, you see this figure, which kind of distills a huge amount of information, which looks at ocean alkalinity enhancement, sinking, and marine BECCS, and in each of the 6 countries. And on the left-hand side are 4 more, positive characteristics, like it being environmentally friendly. And on the right-hand side are 4 more, negative characteristics, like it being risky or costly. And you see, obviously, that across countries you get different responses. And in terms of the results of their kind of 3 key approaches that they took, in the focus groups, they talk about the importance of prioritizing emissions reductions and lifestyle changes. And as we said, with regard to the fact that many of these methods are relatively or almost completely unknown, the idea that you would use some associations with a known phenomena that people are more familiar with as a bit of a hook for people to grab onto. In their deliberative survey, they found that overall land-based methods were perceived more positively than ocean-based methods, and providing more information or richer, longer discussions helped reduce uncertainty about CDR methods, but didn't actually change perceptions significantly. And finally, in terms of their cross-country survey, marine BECCS was kind of most favored relative to sinking seaweed, which is favored again relative to alkalinity enhancement, and that overall perceptions were more positive in China and Taiwan, especially compared to France, Germany, and Canada. And then, speaking of public perceptions, I'll turn the floor over to my colleague, Goda.
Thank you. And I really understand that you cannot wait to get a coffee. Some people already did. But I think that the social license to operate and public perceptions, public acceptability are also the topics that usually trigger a lot of discussion and gives a lot of food for thought. So probably it will be a nice bridge to our discussion later. I'm presenting the work that was mostly led by Chi-Yu Lee, who is doing her PhD work on public acceptability of different kind of climate mitigation, adaptation, and carbon reduction technologies and Professor Linda Stech in environmental psychology at the University of Groningen. As David already said, in Groningen, we take a more quantitative approach to public perceptions and acceptability. So there has been some work done more qualitatively. So talking to smaller groups of people, but giving time to think about the technology, reflect upon it, provide more information, what was already raised today. The quantitative methods that we are usually using are large-scale surveys in many countries, opting for representative samples of the population, seeing what at that moment the public, you could say, further uninformed public thinks about such a technology. And there are pros and cons for both methods. And we strongly believe also as a team in a multi-method approach that then you can learn best. In this case, you would say, yeah, maybe people know too little. Maybe we should inform them more to get a more well-based opinion. At the same time, many people in many countries will make decisions and will make choices based on the information they have. And not often people actually willing to get more information and think about it even more. We chose 6 countries for conducting our research, the ones that are marked in red in this graph. And we tried to have a good distribution geographically, but also a distribution based on the welfare in the country, and also based on the CO2 emissions in the country, and also availability of land in that country. Why did we do so? We see from other research that people consider different aspects when they come to their acceptability judgments. And if you ask people which country and how much should invest in such technologies as carbon reduction technologies, people will take into account how much CO2 the country has actually emitted until now. Are we big polluters? Are we not? Or are there bigger polluters that should take the responsibility? For countries like Lithuania, for example, with relatively lower CO2 emissions, people may think, well, why are we the ones having to do that? At the same time, a country like Lithuania might have more land and more available land for such technologies than, for example, the Netherlands, which scores quite high on CO2 emissions, but not so high on the land available. So we try to get that in that sense, representative distribution, and we did so in a thorough consultation with other project partners. We informed the public very briefly, and I know that many of you in the audience will say, but you didn't say this, and you should have told them this. We went for really the basics. What are people most likely to run into if they read a blog, a newspaper article, if they talk to their friend or relative? What might they hear about the different technologies? And this is already, I think, more than they would encounter on a daily basis. I should say we chose 2 technologies, and David already gave a good introduction into that. A more nature-based solution, reforestation, afforestation, and a more technology-driven solution. So direct air capture, direct CO2 capture from the air. Why we chose these 2? Well, because they are both plausible options, and because we also know from previous research, including in David's lab, that people are skeptical about very technology-driven solutions. The more nature-based solutions, planting forests sounds very good to everyone, but what can be wrong with having more green, with putting more plants on the planet? Well, when people hear about very technology-driven solutions, there are some alarm bells going on. And we wanted to see here in different countries how people perceive these technologies, but also what happens when we give just a little bit more nuance. So what if, when we talk about afforestation, reforestation, what if we just tell people, but wait a minute, it could be that, we talked about it today already, it could be that land that would normally be available for food now will be used for forests. While for the direct air capture and storage, we also gave some perhaps positive things. It could be a very effective and quick way to reduce CO2, to capture CO2 emissions, while with forests, it would take a lot of time. And it's not that with forests, we only gave negative things, and with direct air capture, we only gave positive. We gave a balanced pros and cons, but including a little bit more nuance. And we wanted to see whether we would still see this asymmetry that people think, oh, forests are good, technology is bad. This is still what we saw a little bit. No matter the nuance, what we see here in those 6 countries, in the graph above, you have the forest, in the graph below, you have the direct air capture. And you see that people were still very positive about the planting trees, and they were more skeptical about direct air capture. Having said that, I should also note that you can see that the differences are mostly driven by people being very positive about trees, but rather actually neutral about the direct air capture. So it was not very positive trees, very negative technology. People were very, on average, we saw a very neutral opinion about direct air capture, which I think might be because people still know very little. And here it could have been because people might have looked more into the pros and cons that we provided. So people know not much. We provided quite a nuanced view, and that's, I think, might be the outcome of that. As regards different countries, we don't see many striking differences between the different countries. Again, a country comparison. In green, we see the forest, sorry for being very busy here. In green, you see the forest. In orange, red, you see again the direct air capture. Basically, we see here the same picture. And I'm again looking at whether there are country differences. In a country like Lithuania, people are more pro planting forests. Again, there's more land there. Further, we don't see much difference. One thing that I wanted to, didn't bring in the slides, but wanted to mention when listening to the discussion. So we also asked how people perceive different aspects of these practices and technologies. And we already, someone said, oh yeah, people are very concerned that these technologies could prevent further mitigation efforts. We saw that to some extent, but interestingly, we even saw that people are also doubtful even about the effectiveness of the direct air capture. So even before they think, oh, but it will be a sort of a break for a delay for other mitigation options, they were also doubting about the effectiveness, even though we said this is a faster and more effective way to quickly reduce CO2 emissions. They still thought that planting forests is a more effective way to reduce CO2 emissions from the atmosphere. The last slide, Kathy. We looked at how people, what is the desired mix of different mitigation and carbon reduction technologies. So below underlined, you see okay, so the question was, if you have 100% in total, how much in percentage, what percentage you would allocate to different pathways to reduce CO2 emissions in your country? And we see that the negative emission technologies, although to a small extent, they are there. So it sort of reflects the IPCC report. Also, we need a mixture of everything. At the same time, sometimes there is this fear that, oh, people think that of course we will go just for technology because then we can solve everything and we don't need to change our behaviors. That's not what the public wants. the people are also very supportive of behavioral change, of expanding renewable energy, as to a smaller extent relying on nuclear energy, and to a certain extent not ruling out the negative emission technologies, but having them to a limited extent. That was my last slide, Katin. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Skoda and David. We have time for questions. A couple of questions. Vanya?
Good morning, guys. It's Conrad Watch. First, comment and a question for David. Good to see trust in NGOs. Always happy to see that, of course. But second, you mentioned in the beginning of your presentation, you didn't go deeper into your presenting results. You mentioned that you were contrasting a more moral and a scientific/technical approach. I was wondering why that choice was made, because for me, surely a scientific approach should be moral, and a moral approach should be science-based. So why contrast those two?
Because we're interested in perceptions, right? So yes, in principle, you're right. But the question is whether the language that you use, the way in which you frame the different options, will inspire greater acceptance, greater support for that same option, right? So if you're talking about direct air capture or afforestation, if you frame it in terms that is more based purely in the IPCC says X, Y, and Z, versus it's this kind of moral obligation for us as stewards of the planet and so on, which do you think, which will, in empirical terms, lead to greater support for that option? So it's mostly a way of trying to understand when we talk about or when we convey the information about these issues, what might resonate most, and what might resonate most with different groups. And we looked at again across different parts of Europe, amongst different stakeholder groups, and so for example, based on our stakeholder workshops, private sector stakeholders are much more comfortable with scientific framings, and they're less comfortable with more kind of moral framings, and whereas the NGOs are maybe unsurprisingly more comfortable with the moral framings.
Hi, this is Monica from CO2, the director from Culture. And I'm curious to hear if you could see any difference or any opinions on people that were, or you took into account the surveys and focus groups, the difference between people that could have this sort of, well, maybe not the forest, everyone wants a forest in front of their house, but more of, what if they're in the front line, they're going to have in their backyard a more technological approach. Could you see any nuance in all these numbers with the front line?
So we didn't look into that in these surveys. I think it would also be very difficult to find, and it would be a very small fraction of people who may have something to do with these technologies. Then you cannot compare them anymore on equal footage. But of course, there is a more general finding in the literature that people may perceive things differently when they come very close. There's of course the widely used and abused NIMBY concept, not in my backyard, right? So I think it's good in general, but not good in my backyard. Empirically, there's not so much support for it, so it's not that people necessarily egoistic and don't want anything in their own backyard. I'm more supportive of NEGEM, which says not in anyone's backyard. So to put it briefly, that it is important how the actual projects will be implemented, and we can talk about the general idea of negative emission technologies, but a very different question is, if we go for it, how the concrete projects will be implemented. And then you cannot say, oh, but we did public surveys and people are supportive. No, then you also have to look at how that specific project is being governed, how it is being implemented, how are the costs and benefits are being distributed, What we did find in this survey, and that is Cheyu's main interest, is that fairness and perceived fairness played a large role in acceptability. So if people think that decisions are done in a fair way, in a transparent, honest way that takes public interest into account, that leads to more acceptance than the more top-down approach without taking public interest into account.
I think we have one question and a quick question from behind, and then we will need to start the coffee pause.
Thanks, Chris Sherwood from the Negative Emissions Platform, which is a trade association for the carbon removal sector. I am very interested in this question of framing and how to communicate about carbon removals, particularly as we see kind of political shifts in Europe and a trend. I wouldn't say it's a universal view, but a trend towards kind of pushing back against net zero and thinking of economic interests as being more front and center, obviously security questions, etc. So my question is, and I apologize, I think I may have missed the slide, but my question is, in addition to the moral and scientific framings, did you also have kind of economic framings? Because I think and other framings that we could use, because I think that question, how we communicate about CBR, is really, really central to how we build support.
Yeah, no, so again, for simplicity, we did just have the two framings. Again, the problem is numbers if you only have relatively limited group. But your point about thinking carefully about framings is really important, right? I'm struck by but many firms understand that they need to advertise, frame their product, think carefully about the language they use in discussing it. Whereas for something like CDR, CCS that Miles mentioned, I'm always struck by how people will take an image that they might use in a scientific presentation and then just simply use that in their public communications without really thinking that the audience might not have any clue as to what you're talking about, or they might actually have some negative perceptions of it. So I think that is something that we're looking at in some of our new Horizon Europe projects, trying to think about how do you present the same material presented in different ways, how might those different images be perceived. But I'm always flabbergasted by the unwillingness or inability to actually use the scientific method in understanding audiences and understanding who you're presenting your work to and how they'll actually perceive it.
Okay. So thank you very much. So let's continue. I hope you have quickly enjoyed your coffee, and we will have this short session and then have the lunch break, so you can continue the discussions soon again. So now we will move on to discuss the role of carbon dioxide removals in clean energy transitions and climate neutral pathways in our session on scenario modeling for carbon neutrality. And we will start the session with a keynote speech from IEA. So we have here a senior energy analyst, Dr. Ilkka Hannula. And it's really great to have Ilkka here, not just to present IEA results, but also as the first NEGEM coordinator. So I inherited the coordination responsibility from Ilkka. Thank you very much for the faith on me. And yeah, so Ilkka will now tell us about the role of CDR in clean energy transition.
Thank you, Kati. Hello, everyone. Thanks for the invitation and the possibility to come here to see what the project has become, and also for the possibility to share some perspectives for this topic from the International Energy Agency. I would like to start with just by looking at where we are today. and making some points about how it's looking very probable that we are living in a historic decade in terms of energy. We now see peak fossil fuel demand coming during this decade. Every decade since the Industrial Revolution has used more energy than the previous one, more fossil energy than the previous one, but this will be the change will happen during this decade. So the policy settings are now sufficiently strong that they produce a distinct peak in fossil fuel use before 2030. And we are not calling yet what year it will be. It is getting very close, so it's almost so close that it's the difference between increase in emissions and decrease in emissions. It can depend on whether it's a good hydropower year in China or not. So we are very getting very close, and of course this is very encouraging. But of course, peak is not enough. Then they need to be reduced on a very quick rate to reach our climate ambitions. So where are we along the road to net zero by 2050? It might be a good idea to step back a little bit and look like what the IEA baseline scenario for global CO2 emissions looked like before the Paris Agreement in 2015. So it was looking like this, projecting a very continuous increase in global CO2 emissions. However, that was not to be. After the signing of the Paris Agreement, this is how our baseline scenario for global CO2 emissions looks today. So there's been a significant change, and now indeed a peak is coming during this decade, and then we'll go into a very slow decline. However, our baseline scenario that is today called the stated policy scenario includes all the technology costs and implemented climate policies globally, but it doesn't include is all the kind of announced but not yet implemented. For that, we have another scenario that we call the announced pledges scenario, which takes the stated policies as a starting point and then added all the climate policies that have already been announced but not yet implemented. This includes various policies like the net zero by some year commitments by countries like 2050 for EU, the US, 2060 for China, 2070 for India. If this would be implemented in full and on time, this is where it would lead us. And actually, for the first time now, after the Glasgow COP, we have enough ambition to reduce the emissions to below 2 degrees Celsius. So this would lead to about 1.8 degrees of warming. But there is still a big remaining gap to meet our 1.5 degrees target. So we could call this let's say the ambition gap still that we need to reach in order to make the 1.5 degrees a reality. The door is still open to this very ambitious goal of limiting the warming to 1.5 by the end of the century. But we need to accelerate very quickly during this decade to keep it open. There are actually just a relatively small number of things we can do to keep the door open during this decade. They are tripling of renewables during this decade, doubling energy efficiency, and then reducing significantly the fugitive methane emissions from fossil fuel operations during this decade. These three actions taken together, if implemented fully, can be done using proven solutions that are commercially available and can deliver over 80% of what needs to be done during this decade to keep the door open for net zero by 2050. And this is kind of this analysis also underpinned the COP28 decisions on more than 110 countries making a deal on tripling renewables by end of century and also the doubling of efficiency. So from that point of view, keeping the door open to 1.5 degrees looks possible. How does it look like on a longer term? Of course, there needs to be continued reduction in emissions post 2030 as well. Here we see now for the first time looking at the what kind of role for net removals we see in our net zero scenario. altogether we have about 1.7 gigatons of residual emissions in mid-century, and this needs to be then balanced by atmospheric removals, either directly or then indirectly through bioenergy. On the right-hand side, you can see also how the different sectors evolve in this scenario. One, of course, important part is the electricity sector that decarbonizes the fastest and the first. This is basically because in this sector, there already is commercial technologies able to do that, commercially competitive. So renewables in the form of wind and solar PV are leading the way. And then clean electricity sector as fast as possible is important also because the other energy sectors are then much relying on electrification. So using then that electricity to displace fossil fuels in industry, transport, and buildings. So if we want to a little bit look at how we see the role of CCUS in our scenario, we've seen a very flat deployment of carbon capture during the last decade, which is kind of a sign of lack of policies to drive investment and to commercialize the CCUS market. And this has led us to continuously downgrade our kind of the role of CCUS in the scenario. So when the net zero emissions scenario was first published in 2021, we still had 1.8 gigatons of CCUS by 2030. In last fall's latest update, it was reduced almost to half, so 1 gigaton by 2030. What is still, it's incredibly ambitious target for 2030, but it's a possible target because we've seen lately a new momentum coming to this technology. There are suddenly over 400 new projects in the field of CCUS implemented in over 45 countries. But so if this momentum continues, the 1 billion ton of CCUS by 2030 is still possible. But really, these projects need to be implemented, and especially the lead times need to be minimized to actually meet the 2030 goal. Also today, the CCUS almost exclusively focused on natural gas operations. So these kind of application sectors need to be drastically diversified, and especially for sectors that make sense for net zero, so industry, hydrogen, and then the removals part as well. If you look at like the source and fate of CO2 captured from biogenic or atmospheric sources, we see that they're fairly balanced. Around 60% are based on BECCS. They're in different forms from power, fuel supply, and industry, and the rest is direct air capture, this blue one here. If you look at the fate of that CO2 that is being captured, it's driven mostly by storage. So around 75% of what is captured is stored, and the remainder is then used as carbon neutral feedstock for low emission synthetic fuels. We have done a little bit of also sensitivities, looking at the kind of scenario for a delayed mitigation. And as I think this audience very well know, if the mitigation is delayed, it's not a very good news. And especially kind of removals are very sensitive to this. So instead of that little less than 2 gigatons of removals, a delay to 2060 for net zero would require the removals go to a 5 gigaton level annually to the rest of the second half of the century. Also, this would come with other implications. There would be an associated increase in energy use by 35 exajoules. So this is the amount of industrial energy demand in the EU, US, and Japan combined today. This is the increase for the carbon removal technologies associated energy use. There would be 1 trillion increase in costs, and of course, need for more land also to achieve this. So really a case for against of delaying and highlighting the importance of trying to put also CCUS on track with 2030 targets. All right, I think I'll stop here and happy to answer any questions if any.
Thank you so much for insights. Are there to that?
Thanks. Could you just clarify a little about the split between the energy sector and the rest, particularly agricultural emissions, and where methane in particular lies within that? So you had it as fugitive emission, but to get a sense of the overall expectation of removals above and beyond what you're seeing for the energy sector.
Yeah, so as I understand it, and I'm not an expert on this part, but as I understand it, it's mostly exclusively coming from the energy sector, the removals. Or we don't do this land use modeling ourselves, but we do it with the IASA, the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, does the land use part for us. So I can check it for you, but I think it's almost completely energy related residuals that are in the net zero.
That's Chris Sherwood from the Negative Emissions Platform, the Trade Association. Your scenarios for the sources of removals are quite DAC and BECS heavy. Can you comment on the kind of the portfolio approach and whether you see a role for other approaches, and if so, why they're not reflected in your scenarios?
Yeah, so we have some CO2 also going to materials and in the chemical industry in the model, but basically this is the what we model at the moment. So as an International Energy Agency, there's sometimes even discussion whether DAC is energy enough to be involved part of IEA analysis. Certainly I see a kind of growing kind of focus on non-energy related removals, but this is kind of the BECS and DACs are most firmly within the IEA remit at the moment.
Sorry, I think we really need to move on, but we can.
Okay, let's meet during the break, and I'm happy to answer rest. Thank you.
Yeah. And then next we will hear from Tiina Koljonen. So Tiina is a research team leader on VTT, and VTT has been working to create NEGEM scenarios on responsible use of CDR on the path to 1.5 warming targets. And Tiina will present the European results today.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here today because I recognize that there are many faces I have seen online mostly, but now in the final seminar, finally we have met together today. So I will tell something about the European level scenarios in my presentation. We have been running a lot of scenarios. We have been running the global scenarios as well from different perspectives, but because of lack of time, we are now focusing only to the European level scenarios. I haven't been running the scenarios personally by myself at all. So my colleagues, Antti Lehtilä and Johanna Markkanen have been running the scenarios and doing the modeling. Kati has been there a lot of involved in the scenario formulation. Lassi Simila over there as well. And there also have been some other VTT colleagues who have been doing the job for the scenario assessments. So a little bit about why we have been doing these scenarios assessments. I will tell about the constraints, about storylines, limitations of the story, and some results and final conclusions. So the whole project was about to look at so-called realistic potentials of negative emission technologies and practices. It was already discussed today that there are different angles to look at the realistic potentials. And in our work, the scenario assessment, we have tried to integrate different working packages and different assessment methods, different models, different results, and so on, to more look at the realistic potentials. And how to do that? The only way we were found out was to look at through the different scenario storylines. And I will talk more about that. All the storylines which we were focusing were about 1.5 mitigation, global warming. We created three different storylines, which were one of them was mostly focused on very optimistic technology development. This is pretty much like if we are looking at, for example, the IPCC scenarios. The results when we are doing the global scenarios are pretty much the same when we are looking at the global scenarios with the IPCC results. For the environment storyline, we used a lot of results from PICS modeling to take care of the planetary boundary conditions. And then the third one was especially focused on security issues. During our project, we had this situation with the Russian attack to Ukraine, and definitely it was recognized that we need to look at also the security issues as a whole. We have been running in EU level scenarios, a pan-European times VTT model. It's based on the open access model created by JRC. It is a bottom-up technology partial equitable model. We call this EU 31 region, so it also includes some countries which are not in EU member states. But one of the things you have to consider when you're looking at the results, in this modeling, only the CO2 emission trajectories were considered. So no other greenhouse gases or LULUCF sector were not modeled. In the global modeling, we also included the other CO2 greenhouse gases and their reduction. The EU specific assumptions are especially, we have included the targets for which are written in the Fit for 55 package and the effort share regulation. And we also have this net zero target by 2050. For the security, especially, we constrained all the trade from Russia. It was also constrained the other scenarios, but the security scenarios, it was totally constrained. What about the limitations? As the CO2 emissions are only included, we can see that it might be so that our results overestimate the CO2 emissions. And when we are targeting net zero, it could be also that the overall demand for nets can be also a little bit overestimated. You can see, especially when you are comparing the results which were shown by the EU level impact assessments. But on the other hand, we were thinking that especially when you are comparing the different scenarios, you can learn a lot. So probably not to look at the exact numbers, but more about what is the variation between the results when you are comparing the results between each other. So there are a lot of uncertainties, as you know, about technical parameters, costs, demographics, macroeconomics, and so on. There is also the risk of a double counting for land use, their biomass based on NETPs, but we have tried to consider very carefully in our assessments. So this is about our main results about the CO2 balances. You can see that the variative and NET options appear to become cost effective in all the scenarios, all the scenario variants. So you can see that there isn't any option that could be like a neglected in our scenario assessments. In the global scenarios, we also included ocean alkalinization. So, but we didn't find any detailed data on ocean nets, so that we could have included that in the EU modeling. So that was excluded in our EU level modeling. Especially when we are looking at BECCS, maybe this shows it a little bit more detailed. There isn't any single BECS. The BECS has been integrated in our assessments in many technologies. So they are BECS integrated for forestry industries and so on. But this is about the different variation of the different NETP technologies. So the total demand for NETPs is about 1 gigaton by 2050. So it is higher compared to the EU level assessments. And the need for the geological storage is something like 0.6 to 0.7 gigatons by 2050. And DAX becomes cost effective in all our scenarios. So it's a little bit different when you are looking at the different storylines, and but especially when you are looking at the scenarios after 2050, the DAX seems to be the dominant technology. And now about the BECS. So I remember that was the last slide before. So this is about the BECS. So you can see that the BECS application could be integrated in our scenarios, electricity production, biogases, bioliquids, power heat, and so on. So it's very important to look at the BECS not only for the electricity. Many of the scenario assessments also only include the electricity production assessments, but it is very interesting technology also from the other energy technology side. And I didn't have the courage to show anything about member state level results. So, but we can say that the potential vary a lot between countries. In Finland, there is a lot of discussion about NETPs at the moment, and it's mostly about BECS. We have a large forest industries. Finland is covered with the forests, so forest is there in our discussions all the time. And now it's even written in the governmental program that BECS will be the technology in Finland. So the key conclusions. We are able to see that the existing climate policy measures are not sufficient for deep emission reductions. And then, of course, we need more measures for and incentives to include CDR in our mitigation portfolios. In our scenarios, the investments for all the NETPs appear to be competitive. So we were able to see all kinds of NETPs. But of course, the variation between the scenario storylines was different. And we were also able to see that the BECS would dominate in the short term, but in the longer term, DAX will increase its shares in the NETP portfolios. And then again, like mentioned before many times today, that the use of sustainable biomass resources is a key for successful BECS implementation. So, but BECS, on the other hand, can be integrated in many different technologies. So thank you very much. I'm happy to answer some questions if there is any room.
Where we really restricted the biomass use, then the role of DAX became, of course, even more important. So then we would be even more reliant on DAX technology to succeed. And also on the discussion in Finland that the BECS, what we want to do in Finland now, or what the government wants to do, is from the existing point source emissions of the forest industries and of the CHP plants using biomass sources. So not really using more land to produce BECS, but to use the actual emissions that now go to the atmosphere. So that's what's discussed there. But are there any quick questions to Tina here in front and then in the back?
Thanks. Yes, super interesting, Cody from Clean Task Force. I just have a question on the direct air capture. So you said that even with all other options considered, it still seems like that there'll be a lot of that. What kind of cost assumptions did you use, and what technologies were considered? Was it just liquid sorbent DAC, or were other alternatives considered as well? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very good questions. Of course, we have been trying to look at the cost data, and we in some cases we use this also the cost data, which was coming from David as an example from the interviews. But in the end, we all had a little bit lower cost data. So was it something like 200-300 euros? Yeah.
In the more positive scenarios, the price of DAX dropped to around 200 euros per ton of CO2. And in this security scenario, we had this assumption, but the storyline was so that the development of DAX is slower because of lack of international cooperation, and the price stayed in the levels that the expert early station had a more negative, like less positive development for the price, so that it was even higher.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't remember what exact DAX technology we finally selected. We were looking at, because there are several, and then I can check. I can come back.
Thank you very much, Tina. Yes, we had one more question actually, so a quick question.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I understand that you have some data for our individual countries, but you don't share at the moment. But in the difference between the countries from Northern Europe and Southern Europe, have you seen any significant differences?
Yeah, of course, there are a lot of differences, because it depends on what is the economical structure in each country, how much industries you have, what kind of energy system you have, and so on. A lot of data, what is used in the pan-European modeling, is based on the JRC times. So we didn't go through all the data for all the EU member states or EU countries. So of course, there's a lot of uncertainties on the country level. But then on the other hand, we were also able to see some a little bit maybe surprising results as well. I remember that, for example, Italy, how much potential they are having. And I was a little bit suspicious that this is really true, because we have seen that, especially in Scandinavia, we used to see that there's a lot of potential, because we have the forest industries, a lot of biomass, and so on. But of course, we need to go through all the member state data and results, and look more in depth at what are there, and then of course what are the like expectations for the development of the whole economical structure. What we didn't do was that I'm really looking for also that the scenarios for low demands, so low demand energy and low demand industrial sector and so on, because that will be also one key element that if we are, how much the needs or demands for NETPs and mitigations are then varied based on that. But it would be a huge job to do also this kind of low demand scenarios.
Thank you very much, Tina. And now we will move on to the next presentation from Dr. Mike Wood, who is a senior research associate at Imperial College London. And in NEGEM, ACL has focused on modeling the socio-economic impacts of CDR systems, and they have also studied the energy system impacts of CDR. So please, Mike.
Great, thanks, Kati. So I guess the last question was a nice segue into this work, which looked at sort of country level contributions in the EU. So we were using a tool called MONET, which is modeling of negative emission technologies. And we're going to kind of cover sort of different aspects of looking at how CO2 removals fit in with providing the removals for other sectors, how it interacts with the energy system, and then lastly, sort of the social economic benefits that might be provided by deploying CO2 removals. So this is the sort of portfolio of options that are available within this Monet EU framework that we looked at different options. So there was afforestation as a technology provided. You've got direct air capture with CO2 storage, bioenergy with carbon capture and storage, biochar, and then lastly, enhanced rock weathering. The key thing that's described within the model is the whole value chain has to be described, because in order to work out the net CO2 removal, you also need to understand the emissions associated with the value chain, with the supply chain. So for instance, if you're looking at a biochar option, you've got to source your biomass. So it's requiring to harvest that biomass. It requires transport, processing, and then there's a facility that converts that biomass into biochar with some byproducts like bio-oil, syngas, and then it's transported before it's spread on and applied to the fields and the soil. And so within the model, it's describing these different steps for the different options to make sure that you capture the whole sort of value chain emissions that are associated with these different options. Just to summarize some of the key factors that influence the CO2 removal potential for these different options. So firstly, with bioenergy with CCS, you've got different feedstocks that could also play a role. And then with the different feedstocks, there's different availabilities. So that also has an impact on costs, because different biomass feedstocks have different costs. The technology archetypes have a role in driving CO2 potential, because the CO2 capture rate that's associated with these processes. And then the emissions from processing, and then the supply chain emissions. And then lastly, because it's got CCS, the CO2 storage potential can vary depending where you are. Biochar, quite similar to BECCS on the biomass side, in that it's going to be limited, or at least a function of the biomass feedstock and the availability of that feedstock. Other constraints may be also the sort of soil and temperature of this, because this will impact how much biochar is the carbon is stored, because the decay rate will be a function of the soil temperature and the conditions there. The afforestation method very much depends on the forest management and the land type that is used. Are you looking at new land or land that has reforestation, different varying reforestation potential? There's going to be indirect emissions associated with the energy, the supply chain, again, with that afforestation management activity. And then you've got enhanced weathering, which varies depending on the availability of different rock types in different regions. And then you've got a lot of emissions associated with using energy, equipment to process that rock into fine particles that then provide the enhanced weathering effect. And then lastly, because you're applying the mineral into soils, the soil characteristics have a role. And then lastly, with direct air capture, the technology archetype has a role. So within the Monet framework, we describe those different direct air capture archetypes. So you've got solid sorbents, you've got liquid-based direct air capture, and then the different energy sources that you can use. So are you looking at using electricity? What fuel source is being used to generate that electricity? You could have low temperature heat, high temperature heat, and then that availability can vary depending which region you are based in. And then lastly, because it's got the CCS, the CO2 storage potential. So what this looks like, this is sort of a very high level representation of that model. So you've got a spatial aspect where you're looking at, covering different sets of data. So the spatially sort of distributed differences in climate. You've got water stress differences. The electricity carbon footprint can vary, and then the CO2 storage availability, and then the crop yield. So if you're doing dedicated biomass production, where you might need to grow biomass in certain regions, that yield of specific biomass feedstocks will vary. So when we first initially created this model, it was very much BECCS focused. It only had BECCS as an option, but with NEGEM, we then introduced the other CO2 removal options as well. So we've got direct air capture, afforestation, enhanced weathering, biochar. And the model looks at trying to either minimize costs subject to other constraints around land availability, water stress, and then also the energy availability. And you do this under sort of a CO2 removal target. And so depending what we're looking at, so I'm going to first present a case study where we zoom into one country, which is the United Kingdom, and we looked at the country level target there and trying to deploy CO2 removals for the UK. But then we're going to look at how deploying CO2 removals interacts with the electricity system. So with each of these CO2 removal options, they vary in terms of the service that they provide. So for example, BECCS can actually produce electricity, produce energy, whereas others like direct air capture, enhanced weathering consumes energy. And so your energy system will need to accommodate this extra energy requirement. And so how will this change and evolve over time? So to answer that question, we coupled the Monet framework to a model called ESO, which is the Electricity Systems Optimization Framework. And this looks at deploying technologies. We can look at different regions, so the UK, Spain, Germany, and we kind of look at the portfolio of electricity generation options over time and provide insights from, certain policy decisions, looking at different scenarios, and then how does this energy system evolve over time. So to give you sort of the highlights on this work, this is published, so if you want more information, the paper information is there. But we looked at the UK here, and in the context of the UK, when you look at the Climate Change Committee sort of modelling of doing net zero for the whole UK across the economy, so that is looking at the residual emissions from industry, from the power sector, as well as emissions from the agricultural sector, transport and heating. Overall, the UK will need around 90 million tonnes of CO2 removal by 2050. So you need a CO2 removal system that can deliver that target of CO2 removals. And so technologies, like I said, like direct air capture, deploying that will then result in some expansion in the energy system in order to deliver that energy requirement. So I've presented two scenarios here, but there's some more scenarios in the paper if you would like to look at that. But in the top scenario here, we've got an option where you've got all the CO2 removal technologies available, and you've got sort of limited low biomass availability. And so what you see in terms of the CO2 removal system is a more diverse portfolio approach where you've got a mix of BECCS, you've got a mix of enhanced weathering, afforestation, and direct air capture. And so you've got sort of, we break down also the BECCS into the different options of biomass. So you've got a small chunk from imported biomass, and that would be similar to what Drax is doing, for instance, but then also locally sourced biomass, like miscanthus grown in the UK, forest residue, and then also crop residue from the agricultural sector. So there is a bit of DAC energy consumption, as you can see on the right-hand side, shown in sort of a modest amount. But then what we see is you start off, when you evolve over time, the system, you start off using sort of the cheaper options of CO2 removals like BECCS, afforestation, and then over time you start expanding and using the more expensive ones like direct air capture. It starts expanding over time and then being introduced in later years. The second scenario on the bottom, we look at all technologies being available, but then also here a high amount of biomass is available. So we're allowing more imported biomass being available to the UK. And in this case, you end up seeing in the model just predominantly just BECCS being deployed with some afforestation because it's the two cheapest options, and very limited DACs being presented. I haven't presented the third scenario, which we looked at where BECCS was not available because we didn't have biomass. And in that scenario, you end up just basically using direct air capture, enhanced weathering, and afforestation. So the key thing with this is you're very much limited by certain resources like biomass availability. The energy system has to expand according to energy requirements of your CO2 removals, and then rock availability and land availability. These are key things that drive what type of technologies. And in addition to that, because it's a cost minimization model, it's trying to minimize the cost of the whole system. So the other option now, where we're looking at coupling the Monet framework to this model, the Jobs Economic Development Impact Model, JEDI, which then now tries to evaluate the social economic impact of deploying CO2 removals. So on the left, you've got a diagram that simplifies how the framework works. You've got sort of the economy being represented by, different socioeconomic indicators, data on GVA, employment rate, household income, labor share, wages, and it's an input-output model. And this is then linked to the Monet EU framework, which looks at deploying the CO2 removal technologies we mentioned. And then you've got within that sort of the description of the sectors that might be involved. So you might have some mining when you're looking at enhanced weathering, you've got afforestation, forestry. These are described within the sort of way you describe the CO2 removal technologies, and then the JEDI model will then calculate the impacts in terms of value added as well as the jobs that are created. So here we're trying to look at just the social economic impacts and also the impacts in terms of cost. So now we then looked at two specific scenarios. The first is looking at minimizing the total cost of the system. And then a second scenario, which tries to maximize the social economic value, so the GVA of the system. So what you get in terms of the answer, in terms of the breakdown of CO2 removal requirements by country, what we did here, we used the distribution based on a responsibility-based burden sharing principle, according to the IPCC P2 pathway. And what this looks at is, the historical emissions of the given country, and then that's essentially the CO2 removal share that country has to deliver. So that's why you see, countries like United Kingdom, Germany having quite high CO2 removal targets just because of that responsibility sharing principle that we've used. And essentially on the top, we've got the cost case study where we're trying to minimize the total system cost. And when you're minimizing the costs, you rely on sort of the cheaper options for CO2 removal, like afforestation, biochar, and bioenergy with CCS. And then where the limits, biophysical constraints come in, you then introduce direct air capture because, obviously there's only so much land available and so much biomass available. Then the second option with the jobs scenario where we're now maximizing the GVA of the system, you end up using more expensive technical options for CO2 removal, like direct air capture, because you create new sort of sectors and new industry in manufacturing, construction, and create more jobs. So then you see a lot more direct air capture being deployed across different member countries there. So now going to the breakdown on sort of the sort of social economic indicators. On the left, we're showing the sort of cumulative CO2 removal over time and the options that are being deployed. The cost case study, as I mentioned, deploys predominantly the BECCS. And so you can see BECCS being expanded, and then also you've got some afforestation, biochar, and then direct air capture coming in. But with the jobs case study, you see predominantly just direct air capture being deployed with smaller options, smaller amounts of the other options there. And what this results in terms of the socioeconomic indicators, we see here a graph showing the cumulative number of job years created between the period of 2020 to 2100. So overall, on average, in the cost case study, you're on average creating about 1,488 jobs per million tons of CO2 removed. And this system here provides about $116 per ton of CO2 removed in terms of the direct value or DVA. And then the cost overall, because you're using cheaper options for CO2 removal, is about $240 per ton of CO2 removed. But in contrast, when you look at the jobs case study, you end up with a much higher CO2 removal cost on average, pretty much almost double at $530 per ton of CO2 removed. The value is doubled because you're looking at creating these new industries, deploying DAC technologies, provides more value to the economy and to the system overall. So you have about double the value, but then also a lot more jobs. So on average, about 3,470 jobs per million tons of CO2 removed. So key thing is, not saying these are correct, you're projecting out into really far future, but it's just a sort of indication in terms of what value you might get to understand, what options you might get when you're deploying different technologies, and roughly, these are all very much assumption dependent and scenario dependent. But to give the insight, so we're not saying one is correct or one is incorrect, but it's likely going to be sort of a balance. If you're deploying the cheaper options, you pretty much benefit mostly sort of the afforestation and agricultural sector mostly, because, you know, BECCS and biochar is mainly being deployed in afforestation. But then when you're deploying the more technical options, you see more jobs happening in construction and manufacturing. That's where the value being added to the economy there. So that's probably a balance between the two. And just to sum up in terms of what we've learned from this, you know, BECCS is limited by the biomass availability. You might have national availability of biomass, but also the sharing of biomass around the world through imports. In the limited biomass scenario, we see, you know, a fair chunk of BECCS being delivered, but also it needs a bit of direct air capture that has to come in after you've reached the max potential of the other CO2 removal options. Afforestation is limited by the anticipated plantation rates or the afforestation potential. And then because you're linking the model to the power system, what you see in the power system is that this need to balance out the energy to balance intermittent renewables. So you often need technologies that provide dispatchable low carbon power. And so BECCS ends up displacing options like natural gas with CCS. In the socioeconomic impacts evaluation, we see, you know, in the cost case study, mainly biomass-based CO2 removals being deployed because they're a cheaper option, and you get, you know, a cheaper average cost of CO2 removal and growth in economic value happening in the agricultural forestry sector. The jobs case study, you're a much more expensive average cost of CO2 removal, but you get jobs and creating new industries in manufacturing construction. So that's a summary of what we've done. For more information, just go onto the NEGEM website. The reports will be published there.
Hi, and yes, all the results have already been published on their website, so please go there. Any questions? Mike? If we run over there.
Yeah, this is Louis, working at the Climeworks Auditorium Direct Air Capture Company, very much in favor of portfolio approaches to deploying CDR. I was wondering, in contrast to the also last question, like I think the $500 on average over the whole century, I'm really surprised by that and would be interested if you have done some sensitivity analysis and so forth, because even if it's coming last, I think 500 is a quite high price in a gigaton on average. So I think we still have a lot of cheaper in there. And so I think that cost assumption is quite high.
Yeah, so I didn't show the results, but within the modeling framework, there's essentially an evolution of that cost over time. So you kind of see based on sort of like the learning as you're deploying more of the technology. So it starts off at, you know, about today's price, $1,000 per ton, and then it kind of decreases down because of the learning rate assumption that we've got. It goes down to about $600, $700 per ton, depending on the scenario. But, you know, often, as I mentioned, these are very scenario driven type of models. If you want to kind of look at more sort of ambitious cost reductions, that could be done, but that's an assumption that you'd have to use and introduce when you're doing the scenario analysis. But yeah, I know I've seen cheaper sort of costs for projections of future costs of DAC of, you know, in the order of $300 per ton, for instance. That's not something that was looked at in this work because, you know, just the learning rates and things that we looked at essentially. Yeah.
Maybe this is more just something that people think about over lunch, but my understanding is the two big DACs options, one of them requires cold, dry air, and the other one requires moist, warm air, both of which militate against the UK being a very good place to do DACs. So I mean, obviously part of this, and I know it's not, it's more just something to think about, but should we be just paying the rest of the world to do our DACs for us?
Yeah, great question, Lyles. We actually published a paper on this. So it's very much having sort of data. And so we've got, with my PhD student that I supervise, we essentially modeled the entire world, looking at the different temperatures, different humidity. So when you're deploying a technology that's like absorption, solid absorption based, the performance will vary depending on where you are in the world. So very humid regions, for instance, have lower performance, and that's going to impact the cost of direct air capture. So for that type of data, you can refer to the paper, and essentially kind of demonstrates regions that are more probably better suited for certain types of direct air captured archetypes. So, you know, drier, warmer regions, maybe, you know, that's going to impact on the performance. So then better placed, maybe you'll look at a certain archetype there, whereas humid regions, you use maybe a liquid-based stack because, you know, the performance is better with a liquid-based stack. So yeah, great question.
And then we have one more question from here, and then we start the lunch break.
A quick double header. Could you explain how you dealt with the different permanence of the different methods? Because it sounded like you were making afforestation in that equivalent. And could you explain how you dealt with the sort of effects that Tina talked about, where it's an energy penalty, not an energy producer, an existing source of energy which is having CCS added and thus reducing the energy supply?
Yeah, great points there, Duncan. So the permanence aspect was not addressed in the work that we presented here, but there is a separate paper that was published through NEGEM that looked at trying to now value that permanence aspect. So what you see when you're kind of projecting out and you account for permanence, options like afforestation end up being actually more expensive once you account for the climate repair value. So the indicator that was used to do that quantification there was a factor around climate repair value. And so then the permanent options like direct air capture and BECCS end up being, you know, overall a more stable way, or overall in terms of the climate repair value, and so lower cost if you kind of factor the permanence in. So for more information, yeah, there's a paper on that. And then I think was the second question was on the different archetypes of BECCS and BECCS potentially using energy. That's again not described within this framework, but it's something we're actually looking to introduce, particularly in the ESO model. So we're looking at different archetypes of BECCS and introducing that into the ESO model, then to see, you know, if that's going to impact what type of BECCS ends up being deployed and how that interacts with, you know, different CO2 removal options and whether that uptake is less or more. So yeah, that's follow-on work for next day.
So thank you again, all the speakers in this session. I think we can continue. So now we will have around 40 minutes lunch break. And then we will continue this afternoon with commercialization and policy debates. And please check out the QR code here. If you click there, you can see the NEGEM fact sheets on different NETPs, and below that you can go to the NEGEM results page where you find all these reports that have been presented today. Thanks.
So the next session is going to be on policies and governance structures to support a responsible deployment of CO2 removal. And we're going to hear key policy messages from 3 Horizon 2020 projects. First, we'll hear from the NEGEM project, where we'll have Alana Paul, who's the CDR Research and Technology Advisor at Bologna speaking, and Fabiello Di Simone is a policy expert at Carbon Market Watch, who will also be speaking. So I will hand it over to you and take it away.
Thank you very much. So yeah, again, good afternoon. I am Fabiola Di Simone, policy expert at Carbon Market Watch. And today, together with Alana, we're gonna go through some of the key conclusions of our work within the NEGEM project, which was on policies and governance for the sustainable and responsible deployment of CDR. And so our main aim, our main objective was to try to streamline and suggest some key requirements that policy should follow when addressing CDR. And I will start with the basics. So we have heard many things this morning. Our role is actually to bridge the gap between science and policy. So how to incorporate all the scientific findings we have heard this morning into policy. So I'll start with really the basics. Any climate framework should robustly actually define carbon dioxide removals. This means there are some key requirements that policy should follow based on what we also heard this morning. And first of all, CO2 should be physically removed from the atmosphere. This actually helps make the distinction between all those activities that normally are put in the same category often of like carbon management. So there's still a lot of confusion about CDR, CCU, and CCS, and this should be made very clear in policy frameworks. Currently, we find this is not the case, not often the case. Second point is that the carbon removed from the atmosphere should be stored permanently. This means at least several centuries to be in line with the physical lifespan of emissions in the atmosphere that goes from 300 years to millennia. At the same time, what is very important is that all associated emissions, all emissions associated to the removals activity need to be estimated in a conservative way and need to be accounted for. Right now, especially in the EU policy context, the direction that we have seen is that often a bunch of emissions, especially when talking about the carbon removal certification framework, it seems that only increased emissions linked to the activity are going to be estimated. It is very important to cover as wide as possible and put the system boundaries as wide as possible. We also mentioned that earlier. So it is very important not to only estimate the increase in the emission due to the activity, but like all associated emissions. And of course, the total permanent removals should exceed the total associated emissions. We need to avoid overestimating removals, the net benefits of removals, because of the climate role of removals, because of the fact that removals are actually needed to help us mitigate climate change. And if we don't also quantify them in a conservative way, then they're not really useful. Fifth point, but very, very important, is that we need to be able to use in policy those practices and technologies that actually respect planetary boundaries. Alana will touch upon this a bit later, but it is very important to clarify this into policy. We need removals activities that do no harm and that are sustainable. Second point that I wanted to stress is the climate role of carbon removal. Why is actually very important to have a robust definition of removal? This is because of the climate function of removals. And we find that this is also not often streamlined in policies and legislation. It's critical that the role of removals is seen as supplementary to emission reduction, because this is what the science says, and this is what we need removals for. So the IPCC, as you may know very well, identifies three roles for removals in the first near term to like help mitigations. In a second role will be to counterbalance residual emissions to reach climate neutrality, and then to get to net negative emission. We all know very well that if used to replace decarbonization, we have a very high chance of deter mitigation, of slow down efforts to reduce emission. The important element to stress is that currently actually mitigation deterrence is reality. This is actually already happening in many climate, at least when it comes to policy frameworks, because there are often loopholes in current frameworks to use offsets, to use carbon removals to actually comply with emissions reduction obligations. And this is also the case of the EU policy. There are some loopholes in the effort sharing regulation, for example. And we think it's very critical to make sure that this is avoided. And Alana will also stress this in the final recommendations. For this, maybe an important step is to keep separate frameworks for emissions reduction and removals. Yeah, just to highlight and remind of the fact that CDR is not equivalent to emissions reduction, because what helps undo, while it helps actually mitigate the impact of emissions, at the same time it cannot undo all the damage that emissions are doing to our earth systems, climate, even human health, ecosystems, etc. So there are also, as we have heard this morning, many potential risks and impacts associated. So we need to keep in mind that, of course, this is removals are often more risky, are not often, but always more risky than keeping a CO2 on the ground. So these are our key requirements and key messages for policy frameworks. Now I give the floor to, and yeah, one important thing that I actually forgot is that we need to make sure that the use of removals, the role of removals is incorporated like in policies. Right now, for example, in the context of the CRCF, we didn't have much clarity on how certified units, removals units can be used. And this is a critical point to clarify in policy frameworks, because it defines the effectiveness, the climate effectiveness of our frameworks. But I give the floor to Alana.
Hi, thanks Fabiola for kicking us off there. I'll continue now with some of the work that was carried out in the deliverables as a part of our joint work package. And because when we think about removals, we need to think about accounting and quantifying the amount of carbon that is actually being removed. And so that's one aspect, is like how much has net been removed of carbon, and secondly, assigning whose removal is. So you can see there's quite a complex picture on the screen in front of you. And you can see that this is an example of a BEX. It's just, these numbers are just examples, so please don't take them as word here. And you can account for in two different ways quite commonly. So one is like the project-based accounting approach, and a second is more of a territorial or following like IPCC guidelines. And the blue arrows show how the carbon can be removed into biomass, accumulated over time. This can then be harvested. There are some fossil emissions, as you can see in the black arrow, that are emitted along the supply chain, the value chain. And it can be then processed, the carbon can be captured and stored. And this can happen not just in one country, but across, say, here 4 nations are assigned. And with it, if you look at it from an LCA or a project accounting approach, you could say, okay, maybe there's about 70 that are taken into consideration here using a cradle to grave approach. But if you look at allocating these emissions to different national jurisdictions to figure out whose removal it actually is, in a national inventory, then on territorial accounting, it can look like it's quite a different picture. And there's a couple of gaps in the existing accounting frameworks that mean that is inadequate for accounting for negative emissions technologies and practices and an amount of carbon that is actually removed. So we need to ensure that accounting frameworks that are developed in line with the technology developments themselves and are not kind of forgotten in this process and the policies that are designed. There are some emissions, for example, that are missed. For example, there are some emissions from transport that aren't assigned, for example, to a national inventory that could be lost in the system here. And another aspect that I want to consider is there's a lot of talk about scaling up CDR, but today we've heard a lot about different potential constraints that may be applied if we want to do this in a sustainable and a responsible manner. And we perhaps need to manage our expectations of what role carbon dioxide removal could play in the future based on what are realistic potentials of carbon dioxide removal. And I'm just showing you a picture from one of the deliverables that we completed within the NEGEM project here on who should use NETPs. And first I want to highlight the bottom bar is current emissions from 2021 across the five different main sectors, with different activities or different subsectors are highlighted in different colors there. And aviation and agriculture are highlighted as two examples, as you can see here. And on the top bar, you can see estimated removals. So this was using a supply-driven approach rather than a demand-given approach. And you can see that bar is pretty small. And most of it is actually from temporary removals and not permanent removals, which here was estimated as DACs and BECs as the most mature technologies that we have at the moment. And you can see that even if we look at these arrows that are pointing down, there's a couple of different ones there that I've highlighted. There's an optimistic decarbonization scenario that's about 12 gigatons of carbon dioxide per year. And you compare that to the bar of estimated removals, which is more or less 1 gigaton. And there is a huge gap. And so I think that we think that climate policy should reflect this likely CDR supply deficit for the foreseeable future. And aligned with that, we need to think about how we want to allocate the resources to be able to, the limited resources, the limited biomass, the constraints on the energy system, how much we want to allocate that, perhaps within a country, within a particular region, to removing carbon dioxide, and make sure that this is strategically considered. And it is also efficient in terms of the amount that, or how efficiently you can remove the carbon itself, and how efficiently you can utilize the necessary resources behind it, be these natural, physical, or even economic. And that we also think that with the scarce amount of CDR that will be likely available, that this allocation to users to counterbalance their residual emissions, for example, should align with some principles of physical and social credibility to kind of think, I mean, net zero is a global goal that we want to achieve. Of course, there will be different timescales and when that is possible to be reached, but this counterbalancing should be seen at a more of a systemic level to reflect the systemic use of resources that would be needed to remove CDR on those large scales. So finally, I just want to follow up with some recommendations that are written in our CDR handbook for policymakers, and I think that many of these reflect what you've seen in the presentations this morning, including from Fabiola just now, to adopt a robust definition of CDR so that we know what we're talking about, so that we're clear on the definition of what CDR is and what it isn't. To produce clarity, we believe that creating separate targets and governance frameworks should account for emissions reductions, permanent CDR, and land-based sequestration, because this accounts for perhaps differences in the risks of reversals that may be associated with permanent or land-based sequestration approaches. And these have quite a different impact compared to emissions reductions, which should be the priority. CDR must be seen as supplementary to fast and deep emissions reductions. Like I mentioned on the previous slide, we should limit our dependence on CDR based on a supply-driven approach, estimating on what resources will be available to remove CDR and what that may be possible in the end, and to match residual emissions. We need to make sure that we account accurately and comprehensively from cradle to grave, account for all of the system emissions that may be accounted and the carbon that is removed along the timeframe. And one thing I didn't mention on a couple of slides is that we need to consider variable timescales of carbon removal. Some remove them immediately, some remove them perhaps even 50 years down the track, and the accounting systems need to be able to reflect that. And finally, to adopt a holistic perspective on Earth system stability. We're working in a system where we are trying to work on the climate, but we shouldn't neglect equally fundamental roles in supporting ecosystem resilience, for example, using the ecosystem or the land-based sequestration approaches, reforestation and deforestation. They may not be as permanent, or they may have a higher risk of reversal, but they have a very fundamental role in supporting resilience of our Earth system. And just want to add here that we believe these principles should be included in climate policies. And such examples are the EU 2040 targets, or on an international level in the NDCs, particularly looking at the separate targets for emissions reductions, permanent CDR, and land-based sequestration. And if you want to see more, you might have seen the fact sheets around the place here. There's also a handbook for policymakers that is currently going through a few graphic design alterations, but it will be made available very soon. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I think we have time for one quick question, if anybody has one.
Thanks very much for this presentation. I fully agree with all the principles that you have shown. But I would add another aspect, and also in reflection of just the sheer numbers of CDRs needed for whatever achievement of climate targets. I think one thing that is not understood by policymakers today is that to get to those high numbers, we need to deploy now. Like it's really, we need to get going on projects early on. And that's an important, like almost the most important message. And I think that's missing. And having said that, fully respecting mitigation hierarchies in favor of targets, but once you're within that CDR space, you need to get going. Otherwise, it's never going to happen at the scale for scale.
Yeah, maybe I can respond to that. I agree. And I think the role of seeing CDR as supplementary is really important to see here. It can't be something that be added later down the line, because otherwise we won't be able to even get to those scales and maybe like even a gigaton scale. There's a lot of developments that need to happen now, and we need to start learning. And one of the other recommendations that I didn't have time to show today is to enable this learning process to happen, to acknowledge that maybe not every project may be successful from the outgo, but enable that there is a space within policy design to enable this learning process to occur, not just in theory, but also in practice.
We have to move on to the next speaker now. So thank you. Our next speaker will be Isa from the Landmark Project, who was already introduced this morning.
Should I switch it myself? Yeah. Okay. There you go. I'll refrain from introducing myself again because I did that tomorrow. I'll be talking a bit about some observations I've done on carbon farming, monitoring, reporting, verification, and also in line with that, a bit of finance. It could be public or private finance. I have to say, Landmark is not a full-blown policy research project. You know, I presented this morning, we're doing Earth observation, simulation modeling, and stakeholder engagement. But alongside in this process, we have been able to pick up a few things here and there. In addition to that, it may be useful to mention that the JI network, Joint Business I work for, is the Secretariat of the Dutch Voluntary Carbon Market. So I also have some practical insights in how that operates, and that currently mainly hosts carbon farming projects. So I'll be drawing upon some of those observations from that experience as well. I have two key messages that I'll give already up front so that you don't have to take notes yourself. It's really I will argue that there is a big need to improve the coherence and reduce the complexity of policy mixes. And I introduce, I think it's been used before, I would push for this policy complementarity, see how different instruments can be mixed and matched and be clear about them up front. I think there's a big potential in that. And I think there's also a need to limit and reduce the administrative burden for farmers, carbon farmers, and explicitly mentioning the related bioeconomy that could be in products, food, feed, fibers, or energy. There's a whole can of worms to open there in terms of MRV, allocation issues, biomass cascading. I'll argue a bit about that later on. I'll take the perspective of a carbon farmer, Carla and Henk, which I've been calling before the meeting just to check how they are. They're a dairy farmer in the Netherlands. And they see a need to transition, to transform to a more climate-friendly future. They have a daughter that would like to take over their farm, but is really contemplating if she should, given the current political discourse and debate on livestock farming, emissions, etc. And in other countries as well, it's a very heavy debate. In the Netherlands, it's maybe even like a super hot debate. They have some soil, some land in own management and ownership. Some of them is organic soils, some is mineral soils. They grow feed for their cows, and they do some food crops as well. So this is the current constellation, and they're committed to do climate action. So we see a a menu, so to say, of different carbon farming options that they could implement. And I did check, there is technical potential to implement all of these options on their farm. So there's a portfolio that they could implement. So that's important to think. You know, in the morning I said the relevance of portfolios, this is it. There are more options we could add, but for now I stick only to the climate options. I'm not talking about animal welfare improvement options and all kinds of NOx emission reduction options, etc. I'll stick to the climate solutions first. They all have their climate impact. We can debate a bit on which one is more important over the other. So yeah, these options are there. There is the option to reduce or the amount of livestock or terminate your livestock farm and switch to something else. You can do some manure management, biogas systems, you know, you can implement biochar, you can do re-wetting. I hope that you all are aware of the options. I also find these alternative crops quite interesting, you know, fiber crops or energy crops that could be a way out to more climate friendly practices. Okay, it's there. So the next step for Carla and Henk to figure out is how to make money, right? Because they would like to transition away from things that society doesn't want anymore and reduce emissions. They need to develop their own portfolio. So you could start simply by picking just the one activity and then figure out how to get funding for that. I took the liberty for them to do a bit of analysis on, let's say, the policy mix or the mix of incentives, so to say. This is not complete. There are more incentives at play, small ones, bigger ones, etc. So, for example, we have in the Netherlands, we have a buyout scheme for livestock that is to not a climate measure, but it's more to reduce the NOx or ammonia emissions that we would have in the country. It's a big scheme and it's intended to buy out an X amount of livestock farmers. Interesting to note, I discussed with my colleague before going here, there are some discussions that the VCM, the voluntary carbon market, there might be a proposal for a methodology for reducing the amount of cattle. That's being debated, that's discussed. I'm not sure if that's the way to go, but you know, there are options that could be going in that direction as well. So we have also the derogation, which is about to be phased out, that has to do with the amount of manure that can be spread on land, or the nitrogen that can be spread on land. We have a bird meadow action plan, which is helping to improve biodiversity or the breeding conditions for meadow birds, which is focusing on re-wetting as a practice. We have the eco schemes, which I hope you all know. We have the debate about manure. So how much of the nitrogen that is recovered from animal manure can you use, which is also a quite intense debate. And then we have a whole series of incentives coming from the originating from the Renewable Energy Directive, like the feed-in premium schemes. We have fuel blending obligations and a more national specific scheme, which is the green gas blending obligation, which will come into effect in 2026 in the Netherlands, which obligates energy suppliers to the residential sector to blend an X percentage of green gas or biomethane. We have the ETS, which should be well known, which is also an outlet for biogas if you directly co-fire the biogas. We have the voluntary carbon market, and we have some scope 3 type initiatives, which would be like a supermarket or a dairy cooperative, which gives you a premium to the dairy farmer who produces low carbon products. So there's also an incentive from the market to be gained there. And we have a few mandates that is independent. It's not yet in effect, but for example, this WLM is water level management, where there's a contemplation or consideration by policymakers to increase the water levels countrywide. So this mix, it's not complete, but I tried to correlate them to all the carbon farming activities. So they all provide a certain incentives. It could be a positive incentive, either promoting the activity, or a disincentive. So, for example, the livestock buyout scheme would be a very good incentive if you want to terminate your farm, but it may not be good if you want to do biogas production, right? So there's incentives and disincentives. Now the challenge for Carla and Henk is to figure out what is the balance of it. What is the net effect on their business model or their business case if they would like to do re-wetting or biochar or whatever? They have to figure this out themselves. So this is the overview. What I'd like to argue upfront is that they need a green performance and valorization roadmap. They need support. They can't figure this out alone. It's very good for me as consultants, and I can get rich advising them, but they're not waiting for me to give them consulting on every bit and piece. I singled out polluticulture here and rewetting as a to illustrate the complexity that they're facing. I call this the route to market. Getting euros for your activity. Carl and Henk are really agnostic. They really don't care if it's the voluntary carbon market or a subsidy scheme, as long as they have a farm income, right? So that's the perspective I've taken. And they're also considering maybe to do some cattail production where they can make these bio-based materials. The box below, you see a bit the phase-in trajectories when these schemes became into effect or could become into effect. So it's not exact, but you have an idea that it's not always at the same time that the similar incentives are in place. So the analysis that Carla and Henk are making today will be different than the analysis that their neighbors will make tomorrow in terms of funding their business case. First they go out and they try to talk to their supermarket, which they are supplying the dairy to. They have a Scope 3 program, which gives a 1.5 euro premium on their milk if they do low carbon practices. There's a whole certification framework behind this, and they checked, and it doesn't allow for peatland rewetting, or doesn't acknowledge that. So we can take that box off. So Carla and Henk have an easier approach, and no Scope 3 incentive for them if they would do peatland rewetting. But then they find out that there's the voluntary carbon market, which already has existing methodology and existing projects. So they would like to go for that. But while doing this, they figured out that there's also a meadowbird action plan, which gives a subsidy for rewetting during breeding season. And luckily for them, the voluntary carbon market figured this out, and they struck a deal, so to say, with the people from the meadowbird action plan, and they recalibrated the baseline. The meadowbird action plan becomes the new baseline, and they have more seasonal rewetting, in breeding season, and the rest of the year the voluntary carbon market tops up, and that part is considered now additional and be considered the baseline. So this is covered, which is fine for Carla and Henk, because now they know they have to go to 2 offices to get their funding. But in 2023, the eco schemes came into place, and they also provide a premium for polluticulture. And they are now questioning how that would affect their baseline. Can you complement this subsidy with the other one? So they're still a bit puzzled. So it's a bit uncertain to them. And now I've only been talking about the existing schemes. There are new schemes that might be in play. So one is the mandatory amount of bio-based materials that could be used in buildings, which is not a direct incentive for Carla and Henk, but an indirect one, because it could increase demand for the fibers that they would be cultivating, which is an important message or important financial signal. It's not in place yet, but it could provide them an incentive. And if it's ending up into finance, there's also a question about, can they still complement this with other schemes? And more recently, there was a policy letter from the Dutch government that announced a nationwide increase of groundwater levels in the various catchment areas or water management areas. The Netherlands is facing a lot of soil subsidence, and they would like to prevent that, and they would like to increase water levels. Of course, this would affect the baseline of the BCM project again. So, long story short, this creates uncertainty, transaction cost, and Carla and Henk really don't know where to start. I've done a similar analysis for biogas systems that would do that also produce liquid CO2 and organic fertilizers. I won't go into detail. I'm happy to talk to you about this. A similar analysis, similar problems. Changing baselines, changing policy mixes, additionality has to be recalibrated. The MRVC, so the monitoring, reporting, verification for each of these schemes often is different. The greenhouse gas accounting can be different. So the whole paperwork for each individual incentives can be different. They keep on calling me, asking it, which way should I do, which default factors to use, how to allocate, etc. I don't have all the answers. Neither has a single green consulting firm I've seen yet. So they are still puzzled on how to make this happen. So it's accounting, accumulating transaction cost and also opportunity cost, because if you choose this route, the other ones are forgone, and they might provide you with a better deal. So they have this challenge to figure out what is best for them. I did try to map a bit the, aside from the route to market, to find your financial out of this, to get your business case done. Of course, everything comes with paperwork. I tried to separate it a bit in like applying for the scheme or applying for the subsidy. Then there's certification aligned accompanied to it. And you also will have some tradable certificates or tradable titles that are coming to. Carla and Henk cannot go without some basic understanding of what that is, because they're relying on contracts with private entities. They need to be aware of this in order to get the best deal. I tried to map it out. It's not complete, but I hope you get the message. It's accumulating a lot of paperwork, and it's completely not transparent or clear to them what they should be doing. So the advisory I've given them, actually, maybe wait a bit with investing, because I don't have a way out of this. I have some thinking patterns to maybe solve this, but this is the analysis I've been making, and this is just for 2 of the carbon farming options. There are many more, and they would have to implement many more on farms. So, so again, no, don't get me. I'm trying to help them with trying to make the transition happen. Like, so the green performance and valorization tools, we can do a lot of this. This is not rocket science. We can do the analysis. We can make the complementarity assessment. This you can mix. This you can match. We can clean up the MRV, monitoring, reporting, verification, and certification landscape. We can streamline this. We can do a better job than we're currently doing. That has to be done. Otherwise, there's no transformation, would be my claim. It's a bit bold, maybe. And it's not only relates to CAP. It's the CRCF. It's the Renewable Energy Directive. We should be clear on the interlinkage between those frameworks, and then it might work. There's some few, and then I'll close. Yeah, sorry. There are a few things that might add to this, which have not been coming to the fore completely clear, but there's some MRV C challenges. The moment the farm starts to become subject of a value chain or supply chain, you will have to start thinking about allocation. How do you allocate your emissions over the different product categories? Is it food? Is it energy? Is it bio-based materials? A single farm could actually switch supply chains. The one year he cultivates fiber crops, the other year it's food crops again, the other year it's just energy crops. But whatever will happen, there are certain certification schemes at play that needs to be following up. There will be some issues, I think, with regards to biomass cascading. Because there are some principles now embedded in the Renewable Energy Directive. I'm not 100% sure if the existing certification schemes, which are often our private schemes, are doing full justice on biomass cascading. They just do energy certification or biofuel certification. So maybe there's some governance that need to be in place. And of course, you have to do all with impact allocation if you have a combined production of different products. Your farm emissions need to be assigned to product X and Y according to a certain, division metric. It's either economic allocation, energy allocation, whatever. We need to decide on that. I have some discussion points maybe for the policy session. Just how to limit this administrative burden. There are ways to improve this. Streamlining for sure will be a thing to explore, and then it's CSCF plus RED plus CAP, I would say, at least. There may be a way to start decoupling of the monitoring, reporting, verification, certification from the financial incentive, and just say this is what we would like to know on at farm level in terms of monitoring, and at the value chain level, just start to decouple that. Yeah, and then I would close with that, I think, because David will get angry. So more simplification and more streamlining. That's what I argue. So thank you very much.
Thanks. I think we have time for one question.
I was triggered by one of your last questions, but talking through discussion, I thought I'd respond to that. You mentioned how do we limit or reduce the administrative burdens. I think there's a balance we found that we can never make that an excuse to downplay environmental integrity or MRV. And the key way to address this is by not creating units, not creating certificates, not creating things that can be used for compensation claims. That gives us a lot more space to be easier on the admin if we don't, if we're not going to use these units to compensate for a permanent system. So I think that's a key answer to your question.
Okay.
Yeah, one more question.
Very quick comment. I think it was excellent to have this presentation after the scenario session, because in the models these just happen like this, all these measures, and it's good to see. Yeah, it's good to see the reality behind it.
Okay, thank you. Other question.
Well, I think we have to move on to the next talk, which will be an ocean next.
Not one actual question, because the rest was just a remark. I could take one maybe, right?
If it's a question.
If it's a question. No? Oh.
Ask your questions during the next break. So next we'll move on to a talk with ocean nets on policy issues of ocean-based CDR methods. And we'll have two presenters, Dr. Wilfried Rickles, who's a professor of economics of negative emission technologies at Keele University and director of the Research Center Global Commons and Climate Policy at the Keele Institute for World Economy. And then Dr. Barbara Neumann, who leads the Ocean Governance Group at the Research Institute for Sustainability, Humboldt Center, Potsdam, will present.
Yeah, thank you so much. Speaking about ocean-based CDR and policy is easy in a sense, because it's not yet included in climate policy, and in particular in new climate policy. You have their fundamental challenge when it comes to monitoring, reporting, and verification. You cannot count the trees. And in turn, it's difficult to determine then also what would be the value of removed carbon compared to avoiding emissions. That was one of our, or is still, key task in ocean nets, where we look at how different accounting methods could be applied and adjusted for ocean-based CDR. And as you might expect, one finding is, of course, there is no idle accounting system for ocean-based CDR across the different policy frameworks and across the different ocean CDR methods. Across the different ocean CDR methods, if you think, for example, on seagrass restoration compared to ocean alkalinity enhancement, you might figure out yourself that you need different accounting methods for these. So the ocean CDR is a group of measures. In addition, there's a challenge that some of these removals might be credited internationally, coming from the international carbon market under a potential Article 6.4 mechanism, where some of those accounting methods, like for example, ton-year accounting, are derived under an implicit cost-benefit framework. And then when you bring them into the EU to a compliance framework, you have to adjust that. And one thing is there would be to have some a permanence reserve, so a buffer account, ideally with active carbon portfolio management, which gives a particular benefit to ocean CDR. However, most importantly, you cannot assess accounting needs without having the liability and governance framework in mind. And instead of giving now a further overview, we take a deep dive. Look in particular at the governance and liability framework given by the EU. The EU climate policy is organized in 3 pillars in principle. You have the emission trading scheme on the left for industry and energy. So you have the effort sharing regulation and the land use change and forestry pillar. Most of work, what we're doing is on the left pillar, how to integrate their removals. But today I would like to look at this pillar here on the right, where we already have carbon dioxide removal trading, because there exist limited flexibilities between these pillars to transfer emissions and removals. So it's bi-directional. So, and this central pillar, will get a second emission trading from 27-28 trade onwards. However, the effort sharing regulation targets remain in place. That means if there are national deficits arising from the ETS2, they still need to be compensated at the member state level, either by emission reductions in effort-sharing sectors outside the ETS2 in that member state, by intra-country emission trading, and by this LULUCF flexibility. Second, and importantly, the ETS2 will have much stronger price triggers than it has the ETS1 at the moment. That means every time a trigger is hit, additional allowances will be released, which means the targets are not met. And we look at here kind of an extreme case at the first price trigger of 45 euros. What would it mean if the price would be stabilized at that level? That's not a maximum price. We did that exercise because it was when communicated as a maximum price. And then you would need in 2030 about 450 megatons CO2 allowances alone, which would need to be compensated if you were not to exceed your target. This brings us now to the LULUCF. Because to use this removals from the LULUCF for this other pillar in the UETS, these removals have to be additional in this pillar to the targets which are set there anyway. And these targets set for 2030 in the LULUCF pillar are very ambitious by itself. So there has to be a delta, so an increase of 43 megatons in 2030 compared to the historical benchmark. Again, we then looked at kind of extreme cases. What would it mean if you use this flexibility in transferring these credits from the LULUCF to the effort sharing regulation and vice versa? So you have a price drop by 21% if this LULUCF overachieves its targets, and you can compensate emission reductions within the effort sharing regulation. But as I said, the targets aren't self-ambitious. It might be that the LULUCF require compensation from the effort sharing sector, then the prices in the effort sharing sector would increase by 20-30%. And we think that expanding the LULUCF basis might be required to manage the effort sharing regulation and the ETS2 for 2030, because there, interesting now, we have a very strong liability framework, which gives you more room for accounting, because there you have member state trading and there's constant updating of the benchmark. And for that reason, we think it would be suitable for including in the first step, blue carbon projects, seagrass and salt marshes. And now it's interesting to look at the 2030 fulfillment mechanism, because the delta in the removal is then determined by the 2030 and 2032 submission, where you have an updated benchmark. So the benchmark is the average in 2016, 2017, 2018. So you're submitting an updated benchmark, so you could adjust this benchmark, for example, having blue carbon in it, and then calculate the delta. The compliance with the actual climate law is, however, determined by the average in the 2020 submission, so in the written law. So if you would do such an adjustment and you are kind of afraid of including CDR too much, you should notice that such a move would impose a preservation mandate, since any reduction in blue carbon meadows would appear as a deficit here in these LULUCF targets. So that was a very concrete deep dive to have one very specific insight we worked on. And with that, I hand over back to the bigger landscape to Barbara.
So you would like to have the questions afterwards?
Yeah.
Great, I got it. Thank you for handing over. My name is Barbara Neumann, and I present today some very brief insights from research that my colleague Lina Ruscher, she is here as well with me, and I have been conducting as part of the OceanNets project. And we focused our research on ocean governance, and we also focused
on the international level, so back from the EU to global level and all the big questions of carbon dioxide removal or negative emission technologies. And let's start maybe with the motivation for our research. The motivation for our research and the questions that we have put up as part of the OceanNets project is really that when we look at the ocean, it's not a void where potential future deployment of carbon dioxide removal or negative emission technologies will happen. It will meet a space that is already heavily used, a space that really has to struggle with what we like to call now the triple planetary crisis, for example. So biodiversity loss, we have climate change impacts, we have pollution, we have overfishing, we have a lot going on and a lot of interest in the ocean. It's quite a frontier. So we have maybe a new added activity in the ocean, and that we need to balance with also the wishes that we have and what was expressed in all the talks this morning, that we see that there may be a solution to the climate change problem that we have in the ocean, or a part of the solution in the ocean. But it isn't coming into a void. So what we wanted to understand, and also as David had showed us this morning, research and everything has been really rapidly evolving over the last few years, is when we started to understand what is the current landscape of governance, and that is beyond a mere legal regulation, but what are the institutions and agreements and so on involved, or maybe that would need to be involved in the future deployment phase. We wanted to understand what are the challenges and opportunities, and we wanted to develop and come up with recommendations for what we think is needed, and that is a good governance of the potential future deployment of these technologies. So we started with, don't look at that, it's just I put it a bit too complex, but we started with creating a knowledge base for us to understand what are the potential intended and non-intended, direct and indirect effects of these technologies on the ocean, and what kind of governance frameworks maybe then become relevant. Is that more than the London Convention, London Protocol, which was mentioned this morning, which aims to regulate the dumping of matter or waste? Is there maybe more that is applicable when we look at that? We started with that, and we conducted a mapping of the governance landscape, and we could divide the governance landscape. Remember, it's at global level, and we excluded, for example, regional treaties like the Antarctic Treaty System at global level. We could map a governance, let's say, wider framework that goes beyond the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which determines that we should use the ocean peacefully and equitably and effectively, and we should conserve it and preserve it and so on. So a whole lot of that. And the London Convention and London Protocol, which says no dumping of waste, and also with the amendment that is not yet enforced, does not aim to regulate geoengineering, but says geoengineering shouldn't take place, really, and maybe we can make an exception in the future for some technologies. But there are also other global agreements which we think are really important to consider, and that is the Convention on Biological Diversity. It was mentioned this morning already, the new global framework, the Kunming-Montreal Protocol, which also mandates restoration and the conservation, but maybe there are opportunities in that as well. The UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement may be, according to some colleagues, perhaps that is one of the future instruments for the deployment, for a larger scale and commercial deployment of negative emission technologies. But we also have here agreements like the Convention on Migratory Species, which seems to protect endangered species, and perhaps we have to consider that if we might have a technology that could have effects on the ocean condition in a way that could affect migratory species. So a whole lot of things that we have mapped in our first exercise. And second, we thought about, okay, so what challenges can we see? Because we are in an ocean environment, and the ocean environment is transboundary, it's fluid. things that happen in one spot do not stay there. They may be transported to elsewhere. So could see is that you could already see that on the slide before and on all the discussions and on the presentation also on carbon farming, that policy landscapes and frameworks and everything, it's quite incoherent. And that also is true for the ocean. We need more coherence, or we need a consideration of this incoherence and thinking of how can we bring these things together. We need a consideration of the co-benefits that may occur, but also of potential trade-offs, and how do we deal with that? And who makes the decision of how we deal with that? We need to consider these potential transboundary effects and these transboundary challenges, and have to find a way of dealing with these. And we need to also reflect that the whole topic is very complex. We could say it's a wicked problem. There's not one solution to it. We don't know whether a solution is really the best way to go for it. Maybe it's just a better or worse decision. And it is subject to uncertainty, maybe even to what we could call deep uncertainty. And also policy making and decision making has to consider that there is uncertainty to whatever decisions we take. We cannot say anything is truly risk-free, but we also want to avoid policy paralysis. We have heard this a lot today. We want to move forward. So this is sort of some of the thoughts that we have brought together about, during our ongoing research. We are not finished yet. And what we can say as recommendations or as conclusions maybe at the moment is a holistic approach would be good or is really needed. Maybe case-by-case assessments of future deployment projects is not good enough. If we think of larger scale deployment, we should maybe consider cumulative effects in both ways. We should consider the trade-offs. We must include environmental, economic, and social aspects that already the CBD actually mandated or said that in their 2013, it's quite a while ago, decision, no geoengineering, and please also consider the possible effects. So we should consider that indeed, and also consider this wider framework. It goes beyond LCLP, and LCLP, even though the colleagues of ours that work on the legal part say this is the most developed framework currently for the ocean and for a marine CDR, it's not in place yet really. It's incomplete and so on. So a lot of work there is to be done still, but what we would say is really needed, because the target is sort of moving fast, and that is the target climate change, but also the target, we want to call it like that, of the possible solutions of projects, of activities, is that policy should get in front of the problem and try and work in a foresight-oriented way and think forward and try to anticipate what could happen and how can we deal with that? How can we create an enabling environment, but also how can we make sure that we do not counteract other policy goals that we have beyond mitigating climate change? And what we're currently working on is to define more what principles of good governance could entail in that realm of ocean-based CDR. So with that, I leave it at that and say thank you, and questions to Wilfried and me.
All of these talks is the problem, perhaps not of Henry Carla, but of David Sheila, who's got a farm in Australia that's the size of the Netherlands, that is absorbing CO2 from the atmosphere because of vegetation regrowth, and that I and all the other people who worked on net zero back 15 years ago assumed that vegetation regrowth would happen as part of what we calculated net zero reduced global temperature. And under UN accounting rules, David Sheila can take credit for that vegetation regrowth for as a carbon dioxide removal, driving a 20 billion ton hole through carbon accounting. 20 billion tons be what would happen if you counted the whole land area and ocean area of the planet as managed and included all that's currently renewable. What on earth are we going to do about this? If we're going to allow things like the ECM to count against the failure of ETS2 or the anticipated failure of ETS2 to reduce emissions. I'm sure Carbon Market Watch will have a few more.
So in that proposal we look at, there we are implicitly proposing net accounting because the benchmark changes. So you can, in a sense, reward a credit and the removal take place, but it means in turn that you have to surrender a credit when your removal is reversed because your LUCF accounts are constantly adjusted. But this, I would argue that this liability framework of the LUCF accounts in the EU is not comparable to the LUCF credibility at the international accounts. You might correct me if I'm wrong there. But yeah, so on this EU level, I think it's not a problem. Yes.
Well, just what we can say, what I can say on behalf of Carbon Market Watch, in line with what I was saying, we don't think quantifying carbon farming or it's actually a good idea because we're reversibility and we cannot use offsets to compensate for permanent emissions. This doesn't mean that carbon farming and many natural-based solutions are things that we shouldn't support and do. Of course, we need them, but we need to find a different way, different approach to support them. And an example could be activity-based finance, so financing activities, but not based on the population and transforming like only accounting for the carbon and not thinking about the other benefits.
I think that's a good solution. I mean, if you don't quantify the 200 show nicht up, didn't show up, so then it's easy.
Thank you, that's what efficient.
I think we have to move on to the next session now.
Thank you everyone very much for your So now I would ask all the people in the commercialization session to come here in front. And now we will talk about how to commercialize CDR. And we will start with presentation from Professor Miles Allen from Oxford University. And Oxford University has been leading the NEGEM studies on market mechanisms for CDR. And after Miles's presentation, we will then hear from NEGEM industrial partners. There are short comments on their experiences with CDR, and then we move on to a discussion with them. Thanks.
Thank you. And apologies to those of you who I've been heckling all day, and so now this is your chance to heckle back. But I was going to, because we've got to that stage of the afternoon, I was going to, and it's also that stage of the project where we can take a sort of a step back a bit and look at what we're trying to do, what we were trying to do with the NEGEM project, and what we were also trying to do in Work Package 2, thinking about commercialization pathways or the real fundamental philosophical questions about who pays for negative emissions. And if we could sort of start right at the top level, you know, who should pay for negative emissions? Well, one question you can ask is who benefits from the availability of negative emissions, both the availability and the actuality of negative emissions. Well, one obvious category is future generations and climate vulnerable communities and ecosystems. Okay, so there would be a case that they should pay, and we can argue about how we do that. Another obvious category is fossil fuel users, because particularly in these days where companies have commitments to reduce emissions, they are very interested in negative emissions because it allows them to use more fossil fuels and
cue Carbon Market Watch heckle at this point. And so there is an obvious beneficiary of the availability of negative emissions, which would be a current fossil fuel user, who is therefore being allowed to use more fossil fuels as a result of the availability of the negative emissions. And finally, we have one which we don't talk about enough, in my view, which is fossil fuel producers and indeed the owners of the fossil fuel industry. So that's the sort of beneficiary perspective on who should pay, is who should benefit. But there's a couple of other lenses we could use to decide who should be paying for negative emissions. And this, of course, is one of who's responsible for the need for negative emissions in the first place. So that's another framing you could use to decide who should pay for this service. And now we can't really argue that future generations are responsible. Okay, I mean, it's not really their fault that we are where we are. And climate vulnerable communities and ecosystems, they're not really, we can't blame the polar bears. But, you know, you could make a strong case that responsibility does lie with fossil fuel users and also with fossil fuel producers. And of course, the allocation of responsibility, or in terms of who benefits from the generation of the carbon dioxide that is creating the need for the negative emissions at the moment, very much depends on, you know, what fossil fuel prices are. At the moment, fossil fuel prices are priced at such a level that the actual marginal benefit of using fossil fuels to the consumer is minimized. The maximum benefit occurs as the stuff comes out of the ground. That's where the benefit accrues from our current use of fossil fuels. So we could argue, therefore, final question, who can afford? This is another way of addressing this. Who can afford to pay for negative emissions? And then there's really only one category left, where I think we need to talk about this. In the course, let me just go back to the beginning of the NEGEM project and talk about, because we had a seismic shift occurred during the NEGEM project. I think some NEGEM project members, probably not me, but others, the ones based in Brussels, could probably take some credit for this seismic shift, and I'll come on to that in a minute. But it has changed, I think, fundamentally changed the landscape of commercialization mechanisms for negative emissions in Europe. But back in prehistory, at the beginning of the NEGEM project, Connor Hickey was producing diagrams like this, showing, you know, on the one hand, starting from the left, who's putting the money in to paying for negative emissions in 2030 in the 1.5 degree tech scenario for the EU, and then where all that would go over on the right. And don't worry about the detailed numbers here, but you're basically getting, under this scenario, government is paying for most of it through subsidies and so on, and results-based payments, and the market, broadly speaking, the ETS, is paying for the rest. And there's most of what the market-based, under this scenario, most of the market-based payments are being channeled into BECCS and DACs. And under a different scenario, the 1.5 life scenario, these are quite long in the tooth scenarios now for the EU. You saw a much greater role for government payments in 2030, but moving forward to 2050, we see in these scenarios a big shift from direct subsidy to market-based payments, particularly in the tech scenario. We see in the tech scenario, the ETS doing most of the work because ETS prices are so high that everybody's buying negative emissions in order to avoid paying the ETS price. So that's why the market-based incentive block is so high. And even under the life scenario, it's a different vision of the future of Europe. There's less need for negative emissions, but we still see more than half of it being dealt with by these market-based. So we have these two sort of categories here. And you might say that government is essentially future generations. I know it sounds a little bit, really? What does he mean by this? Well, I mean, in the US, where they're doing this on the biggest scale, they're basically printing money and paying for negative emissions. So at risk of sounding a bit like a Republican senator, that's kind of borrowing money from the future. I mean, and there's some economists would even agree with them. And in fact, it's not an unjustifiable thing to do. If future generations are going to benefit from an investment, then it's fine to borrow money and invest it in that. But there's one category of broad scale category of payment of direct government payouts, which is essentially, with the way we run our governments at the moment, is essentially borrowing money from the future to pay for negative emissions, which could be justified. And in fact, economists have sort of justified this in theory, and it's one funding model here. The other, of course, is ETS type mechanisms, which mean that current fossil fuel consumers are paying. So we've already got mechanisms out there, commercialization mechanisms, business models for negative emissions, which capture those, ultimately, those two categories of groups, put them on the spot for paying for negative emissions technologies. But, of course, drum roll, what happened in the course suddenly caught us all out by surprise. While the NEGEM project was going on, we had a new development, Article 18 of the Net Zero Industry Act, which appeared like a bombshell in the course of this project, introducing for those of you for whom this is not already written in stone in your minds, it's the reason it's such an interesting and important development. It introduced the principle of what Alice has called an injection capacity obligation. By the way, I should have said most of this talk is derived from Alice Everett's presentation from yesterday. For the first time, the EU is proposing to fund the implementation of carbon capture capacity, carbon storage injection capacity through an obligation on obligated entities, is the phrase they use, but these obligated entities are oil and gas producers in Europe, and the obligation is calculated pro rata based on their production of oil and gas in Europe over the period 2020 to 2023. Now, the justification for this is that Europe needs storage capacity. You may wonder, why is he talking about this? It's basically like a CCS obligation. What's this got to do with negative emissions? Well, Europe recognized the need for injection capacity for both CCS and down the line for engineered negative emission technologies, so BECCS and DACs. My understanding also, Europe was a bit worried that the CCS industry would all go to America in response to the Inflation Reduction Act. And so sort of something had to be done quickly to address this. I'm speculating here as to what I'm sure very wise thoughts were thought in the Commission as to how to address this. What Europe came up with was, in my view, a much smarter idea than the Americans on this one. The Americans just decided to get capacity by throwing government money at it. Europe instead decided to get capacity by looking for who could afford to pay for it. Very much analogous to another American idea, but from a long time ago, the Defense Procurement Act, or the Defense Production Act, where the US government decided to require certain industries to produce things that they needed to defend the country. And this is along those lines. Europe is using what Alice would call an emergency framing to say, look, we need this capacity. These industries are best placed to put it, to deliver it. So we're just going to impose that requirement on the industry to do this. Now, at the moment, this is framed in this way. This is a specific response to a specific need. And I wouldn't dream of suggesting that this is anticipating any fundamental shift in the direction of European policy on commercialization of negative emissions, but I hope it does, because it could be an opportunity for that moment in the fairy tale where the dwarves wake the grumpy giant. You know the sort of you know the scenario. There's a big, very angry giant, and you know that if you disturb him too quickly, he'll tread on you. But you know, in the end, they get the giant to join in, and then of course they win because they have the giant on their side. So the question I'd like you to ask yourself is this that moment where the dwarves are sort of wondering, should we poke the giant? Because we know the giant can do it. And the question is Article 18 a route towards extended producer responsibility for fossil fuels themselves? The objectives of Article 18 itself are deliberately limited. So I'm not suggesting for a second that this is what Article 18 is, but it does introduce for the first time the idea that those bringing fossil carbon into the economy have a responsibility for dealing with the consequences. And we've always left out that group. They've just been regarded as a problem in the corner up until now in discussions of commercialization mechanisms for negative emissions. And as soon as we open the door to the principle of extended producer responsibility, we change the point in the value chain of fossil fuels at which we impose the costs of climate mitigation. Right now, the costs of climate mitigation are imposed downstream on the emitter, who's generally the person who's least able to afford to pay them. What extended producer responsibility would do, what an obligation on oil and gas producers and importers, it needs to be extended to importers, of course, to dispose of CO2 would do for Europe, would be it would impose the costs of dealing with the consequences of CO2 generation in Europe on the people who bring the fossil fuels into the continent, rather than the people who end up burning it. And they're the ones who can afford to solve the problem. Indeed, we could ask yourself, who could possibly afford the cost of durable negative emissions? We've heard time and again over today just how expensive and challenging this is going to be. Well, let me show you a figure here. That was natural gas prices in Europe over the past 3 years. That is the cost of at-scale direct air capture and storage at 250 euros a ton. You can double if you want to be pessimistic. The message remains the same. Can you see the little vertical arrow? Okay, I'll draw your attention to it because it's quite small. The royalties and profit element in what we paid for gas since 2020 were enough to capture every single molecule of that gas and put it back under the North Sea twice over. Let's all think about that. Well, we'll have a discussion in a minute, yeah? Oh. Okay, sorry.
Well, I think we'll take answers, questions, and then we move on.
Yeah.
No problem.
Hi, it's Pauline from Ghana. My question to Miles is, okay, I heard you say that the cost of emission should move to the producers and not the consumers of the fossil fuel. And so my question is, what happens if the producers transfer the cost to the consumers?
They would, and they would have every right to. And of course, that question coming from Ghana, it makes it particularly acute. I should notice I emphasized at the point of import, not necessarily at the point of production. I was not suggesting that Europe should dump the cost of solving our climate problems on Ghana. Of course, the cost would be passed down the value chain. However, by imposing it upstream, you guarantee that, well, every economist will tell you that if you can impose a cost upstream, the market works at its best to distribute that cost down the value chain. Whereas if you impose the cost right at the end, I mean, in principle, it trickles back up, but it's much less efficient. So it's a much, in principle, it's a much more efficient way of reallocating the cost of dealing with the problem down the full fossil fuel value chain if you impose the cost of dealing with the CO2 problem as soon as the fossil carbon comes out of the ground, rather than waiting until it's actually burnt. When I suggested this at CERA Week, which is a oil and gas meeting in Houston that happens every year, a few months after COP, the reaction is, well, why should we do this? Because the fossil fuels aren't doing any harm when we sell them.
Thanks, Lawrence. I've heard you promote your producer obligation idea before. There's a lot of sympathy for it. I thought
Don't say but. Everybody says this and then they say but.
Governments have tried to tax fossil producers before. So I don't understand the difference, and maybe you can help me with the difference between an APR version and a version where governments funded their bit of that value chain by taxing fossil producers. Seems very similar. And how are we going to stop the fossil producers using their political clout in the way they have successfully used it to avoid being taxed?
So You could do this with the government taxing importers and extractors and then spending the money on negative emissions and carbon dioxide removal. I would actually back the industry to do carbon dioxide removal if it had to, considerably more efficiently than the government. I'm British. I don't trust my government to do anything. And so I would say an obligation would almost certainly be significantly more efficient than a sort of government-run scheme based on. And by the way, the biggest extended producer responsibility system in Europe, of course, is France's, where France does actually do what you're suggesting. They have a sort of government parastatal which does the waste disposal for companies. And my understanding is, I defer to French people, is that it's not perhaps the most efficient way of doing it. So I think maybe French people might want to comment on whether that's optimally efficient. But generally speaking, mandates give the industry an opportunity to discover cheap ways of addressing them, and they tend to be quite good at that. And I suspect if the industry had to deliver negative emissions, well, what is most frustrating about this is when you talk to people in the industry and you say, well, what if this was actually the rule? They just look at you and shrug and say, yeah, well, of course, we just do it. Of course they would. And they'd probably do it very cheaply. And they'd still make loads of money, annoyingly.
From our industrial partners, and first we have Dr. Fabian Levin, who is the head of research and development at Stockholm XRC, and he's also a part-time research fellow at KTH's Royal Institute of Technology.
Yes, thank you very much. So how do I take on from mice? Great challenge. So what we are doing in Stockholm is basically this. That's on this picture. This is from the actual architectural design for a BECCS capture unit that we now have an environmental permit and building permits and all these things. We're going to construct it by 28 is our aim. Our take on BECCS has maybe been a bit different from many other places, many of the discussions that we've seen. I think that's also why we got a big grant from the European Innovation Funds. We were part of the first round of corporations getting that. But we're constructing BECCS on a combined heat and power plant fueled by residues from Swedish forestry. And in Stockholm, we have a long tradition on recovering heat. And the design we have, and I think this strongly contributed to us actually getting the whole Innovation Fund grant, is that recovering heat from the capture process, and in the end, we're going to increase the combined efficiency of heat and electricity production with about 3% while capturing CO2, which I think is quite cool, and it isn't magic. It's only, we're going to use a bit of electricity, but in the end, what we do is that we use the fact that CO2 in the flue gas is quite hot, and with what basically is heat pumps, you can take all that heat out as you get the CO2 for permanent storage, with heat pumps. You cool it down to maybe -20, a lot of heat that you actually can use. For us, that's not something new. Actually, in Stockholm, we started recovering heat from the first IBM data centers in the 1970s. The sewage treatment got heat recovery in 1986, and from 2006, and this is something that some people have a little bit mixed feelings about, but we started recovering heat from the crematoriums in Stockholm, which we actually do. So even from the crematoriums, we recover heat. And of course, when we started thinking about BECCS we started in 2016 actually thinking about BECCS, but then of course, that was a fundamental thing because it's sort of what we always do. We always look at how can we integrate all the processes that we have to get them as much integrated with all of the energy systems that we operate actually. So, but that has been very important for us. Our goal is to get this first unit will be some 800,000 tons of net removals per year. And I was asked to say a few words about what maybe has been most challenging and what is sort of the learnings along this way. And I can say by far, technology is the easiest part. Technologies for capturing CO2 have been used in oil and gas, in ammonia production, even in breweries for creating CO2 to carbonate beer, other things. So that are well-known technologies, but it is the business model, and in the end, exactly what Miles talks about, that is the fundamental thing. What we basically getting the opportunity for those that have consequences of the actions and activities of the organizations to be able to compensate them. And I know maybe Carbon Market Watch will jump on this, but we had a lot of discussions. But in the end, I think it's one of the key things is for organizations to be able to set goals of how to take responsibility of their activities, even after when they have reduced as far as possible, which I strongly agree on. They must be able still to make it part of what they do and part of their activities to also work on counterbalancing what is left in them. So we're working quite a lot on that, and I hope to return on that with even better news later on in a couple of weeks. Yes.
And then we have Kirsi Tiusanen, who is working as a carbon sequestration expert in sustainability team at ST1, which is a Nordic energy company. So please, Kirsi.
Okay, thank you, Kati. I think I'll take the next slide here. So our company is a Nordic energy company, and our vision is to be the leading producer and seller of CO2-aware energy. And currently we are implementing our energy transition by investing renewable energy and circular economy solutions. Also, carbon sequestration has been one of the development areas during the past years, and now I'll be sharing some of the key learnings. And I have a bit of a feeling that we are one of those farmers that Ase presented, that we've tried many things, but there are some hindrances on the way. So we've been piloting the sales of carbon credits from May 2022 until end of last year on voluntary carbon market. And throughout the pilot, we've discovered that many small and medium-sized companies in the transport sector lack the time and understanding when navigating the complex world of carbon credits. They also need a clear signal that their investments in carbon removal will be recognized and effectively compensated. Additionally, we led a small-scale research project between 2018 and 2022 in Morocco, where you can see the picture is from. That was an irrigation-based afforestation and agroforestry concept, and the project raised a lot of local interest and their understanding for the carbon sequestration and carbon credits. However, taking such a project to a larger scale would require more robust framework for handling the carbon credits. There would also have to be a higher demand and willingness to commit on purchasing carbon credits in long term. It's clear that we need a wide selection of nature-based solutions. However, it's critical to assess the wider benefits they offer, that those are also accounted somehow. We also do see positive signs on international level. Countries are taking action on implementing Paris Agreement Article 6. And we, as ST1, had a pilot on biofuel, advanced biofuel solution, and we piloted that in Thailand from 2018. And therefore we got familiar with Swiss Click Foundation also in Thailand, and we started a cooperation with them. However, and unfortunately, even the support from Click's carbon credit finance couldn't solve all the challenges we faced during the way. Proving the viability of a new technology requires a lot of time and all measures need to settle in the feasible business case. So in addition to framework and carbon credit finance, all pieces need to be in place: technology, legislation, and paying customers when it comes to commercializing CDRs. I think ETS is a clear example that only regulation drives the action forward. And so far, we haven't seen a robust large-scale development in the voluntary carbon market that would accelerate the market-based supply and demand. Large-scale investments require more understanding and accepting also the trade-offs between different carbon removal methodologies. Also, moreover, the EU certification framework need to show clear rules on how companies can benefit and use certified units. Today, we see a lot of new opportunities on this field, for example, biogenic CO2 capture from our biogas facilities. However, still a lot more clarity of the overlap with different regulations and frameworks are needed, and as additional incentives for both supply and demand are needed to build a robust market for carbon removal at scale. So we need a predictable framework to make larger long-term investments. These investments, which I mean are 20 years minimum. So it's not quite clear yet how all overlapping legislations that ACE showed and how we can navigate and build a good business cases out of it for CDRs. And these are my key messages. So we need major and cost-wise technologies, clarity of wider benefits if in case nature-based solutions, clear regulation framework and accounting, and predictability for at least 20 years time frame. And paying customers are the key. And if we are the paying customers, then we need obligations to pay, I would say. Thank you.
From Drax, and he is the CDR verification manager.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Matthew Borghi. I work at Drax. We're a global energy and carbon removal company. We are based in the village of Drax, where we operate the UK's largest renewable energy power station. Village of Drax, not to be confused with the Bond villain Hugo Drax. Glad to hear there's some James Bond fans here. So we develop bioenergy with carbon capture and storage projects in the UK via retrofitting our facility in Yorkshire, and in the US via new build facilities. Together, these will deliver 7 million tons of carbon removal by 2030 per year. I work in the carbon markets team, and I look to commercialize BECCS via the carbon markets. So bring nicely to the next slide. So yeah, it's not easy. There are a number of challenges and opportunities that we're facing in the carbon removal space to scale the market. If we look at some of the headwinds we're facing, well, there's a lack of demand incentives, both from a incentive perspective, but also from an enforcement perspective. I think we need both types if we are to scale the demand and subsequent supply. Then there are fears of mitigation deterrents. Of course, these are valid, and companies should address their emissions following mitigation hierarchy. However, let's not forget that we need to scale the carbon market today, the carbon removal market specifically, if we are to address the residual emissions of tomorrow. If we look at our project, it's due to come online 2030 when a lot of companies got grand net zero targets, but the supply isn't there and it won't be there unless we take action today. So just to highlight some of the points we've heard, it's not a zero-sum game. We need to pursue emission reduction and scaling with carbon removal with permanent storage at the same time. Then we're also seeing the politicization of net zero, specifically in the UK, unfortunately, but in the broader world as well. Specifically, it's being used as a campaigning tool where the cost of net zero is being weaponized. This is without acknowledging that any delay in taking action today would significantly increase costs in the long run. So, other headwinds we're facing. But it's not all doom and gloom. There are some tailwinds. In the US, 45Q has been very helpful in providing incentives to carbon removal and scaling the carbon removal market there, underscoring the importance that governments can have in this market. Then this side of the pond, we have the Net Zero Industry Act, which, to provide a more positive spin perhaps, is...
I was dead positive. I meant to be.
It's for us very useful as a CDR developer, as it provides an onus on capacity to be there for the storage. So, just a reminder, we're not operating the transport and storage network, so we need partners. We need to have that supply chain in place for us to actually deliver negative emissions. Otherwise, we'd capture it and then just re-release the CO2, which nobody wants. This side, if we then look at the UK government's BECCS business model, that's been useful in providing a framework for how you can incentivize initial investment in large-scale carbon removal projects like BECCS. And then lastly, it would be remiss of me not to mention the BECCS methodology that we have developed together with our partners, Stockholm Exergy. We believe this takes a high-quality approach to carbon removals via BECCS, via a conservative quantification approach, and we hope that this could be adopted in the wider market as the new standards. And perhaps separate from what Fabian was mentioning, I'm not quite sure what big bombshell is about to drop, but we are looking to finalize validation of this methodology and publish it shortly. So we do hope you get the time to read it. Thank you very much.
So thank you all very much for your speeches. We will now move on to the discussion. And to start, I would like to ask our industrial partners one question, and you can answer it shortly. So if you would need to name one thing that should happen to make the CDR investments running, what would that be? So please, Fabian.
I think I touched on it, but financing is the main thing, and following this demand whereby, well, basically what Miles was talking about, that's what's needed. And while we have a voluntary market now for certificates, I think everybody probably recognizes that it needs to sooner or later be moved into some kind of compulsory market whereby you can start matching on a more sort of regulated basis negative emissions with remaining fossil emissions. So I think also for researchers, we sure have quite a lot of in this room, starting thinking about that step, because I think that would be the natural step. And of course, if that's going to happen in 10 years, it's time to do research, more research on it now.
Because my answer is quite similar. We need quite clear regulation. The framework could be ready, and it should be more in-depth to give some practical information and in-depth information how to implement. The draft for this is quite straightforward, but then when you go to biochar or carbon farming restoration methods, then it's quite complex as I said recently before. So that would be how to know how to play again.
With the government said there's only demand, of course we want to scale the market and scale supply, but until customers actually have incentives and are obligated to buy carbon removal, the supply will struggle to follow.
Thanks. And maybe just one more question that you can quickly reflect. So how would you see the role of this EU CDR, the carbon removal certification framework? Yeah.
Well, it is for the voluntary market, but I think a lot of people in the room sort of are suspicious about it being a precondition for doing something else, like turning it into a regulatory thing. But once you have the whole certification database, all of these things running, so I think many are sort of suspecting that there is sort of a long-term strategy around that. But having, of course, clear frameworks is fundamental for moving what we're trading and being able to change ownership of things like carbon removals.
I'm going to that demand side. It's good also to know that who can buy the carbon credits that is produced within the framework and who can use those and for what they can use it.
I would say, we look at when we quantify, we need to make sure we, like so many of you have mentioned in the room today, we look at full cradle to grave assessment, and if we're looking at carbon removals by voluntary carbon market, for example, we need stringent methodologies to ensure that that assessment is carried out. We're not just drawing narrow boundaries and making CDR ignoring emissions and other needs to be very comprehensive.
If I could chip in on this, I think one thing which would be tremendously helpful would be to recognise that we've heard a lot about the complexities of accounting of CO2 flows into and out of the atmosphere, but accounting for CO2 flows into and out of the geosphere or the lithosphere is incredibly simple.
Yeah.
And a recognition that the only way to even begin to remotely compensate for generating CO2 from burning fossil fuels is to put CO2 back underground would be tremendously helpful.
Thanks. And I think now we can move on to the questions from the audience. And
is the carbon border adjustment mechanism, tax mechanism, in your strategic conversations or not?
I would say no. So we basically don't use. We have some fossil oil still in backup and reserve capacity in Stockholm, but it's not used in regular production, so to say. So in that sense, it really doesn't have an impact at all. Our local energy company as well, so mainly having our sourcing of fuels from Sweden or the nearby Baltic regions.
Anyone else? Then we have mine.
So there seems to be sort of a lot of messaging around need and demand, but a lot of companies around the world are saying they've got net zero targets. So this is a voluntary basis. They're saying they're doing net zero, which inherently means that they need CO2 removals because, how else will they decarbonize and become net zero? So are you kind of actively engaging with these bodies that have announced net zero? Like, kind of asking, well, if you're going to reach net zero, you're going to need CO2 removal. So you think that they're the ones who are essentially the demand for the CO2 removals?
Yes, absolutely. That's what takes up quite a lot of time. Our next project is engaging with the whole voluntary market. But at the moment, so in Sweden we have 23 BECCS projects ongoing, whereby 7 have complete plans, and the others one are sort more exploring the idea and looking what they can do. And if we're moving from maybe 1, 2, 3 projects into actually building 23 projects and perhaps even building 40 projects, which should be possible, at existing larger point sources for varying CO2 within the public paper sector and combining with power plants. Then I think for getting that demand and to incentivize that, it probably needs to move from voluntary marketing to some kind of regulated market. But where we're standing right now, in the meanwhile, the voluntary market is fundamental for the first projects.
Pretty copy on that. I also add that we did evaluate without transportation customers. There's medium and small scale customers which would create the volume for the market. They don't understand yet what this means.
Yeah, just yes, a lot of companies setting net zero targets, but there's no bite to the dog. You know, until the CFO sits on a carbon liability that he's accountable for, it'll be difficult to do anything about it. Because at the moment, it's sustainability team making the business case for these purchases, but you know, they're hard to justify. To be honest, if you're looking for a purely company balance sheet.
So we have several questions. I think we take first one from here, and then we have one from there.
Thank you, from the Institute for European Energy and Climate Policy. And I'm really happy to see that by the end of the day, we really see the desperate players waiting for mysterious demand to turn up at your doorsteps, including the climbers, asking for money. And I really like Mike's point on who pays. And I think there is an angle which we might have overlooked in this discussion, that for BECS and DECS, and anything which is engineered CDR, without any other benefit than the public benefit for taking out CO2 from the atmosphere, they are really talking about a public good. And I just don't really, as an economist, I really don't have any examples for public goods markets voluntarily turning up and generating demand. And I think in this respect, there's Carbon Labs and Icelanders taking down there in March, publishing a report on the need for European CDR strategy. And in that, there is a hidden sentence, not in the 18 recommendations, basically establishing that it's a public good, this is waste management, there is no profitability guaranteed on that. We need to step in. And I guess, as Mars alluded to, we really need to find out who pays for it. Obviously, I think we put one very good arguments. Who should be that regulated entity who we, as regulators or democratic policymakers should be asking to nominate for paying for this. And I really feel somehow lost that we had a discussion going on for, I guess, almost like a decade, figuring out how to deal with renewables and not recognizing this fundamental fact that this is a public good for which markets, by definition, can only move into action if we regulate them. And I'm really keen on pushing for that regulation. Thank you.
It's a public good, but it's a public good generated by a private activity, which is really important. So it's not like a health benefit with, so fixing COVID was a public good, but no company, unless you really believe the conspiracy theorists, was benefiting from COVID existing in the first place. So that's why I'm a little worried about the public good framing, because many people would say, well, then the public should pay for it. And I would say, no, we should think about, why do we need this public good? It's because all of us are benefiting from the use of fossil fuels. And so, which is why I think, we need to design I mean, one way of radically simplifying climate policy would be simply to point out that a net zero commitment means no one should be allowed to sell anything that causes global warming after 2050. And anyone who's selling anything that causes global warming today, because 2050 is only 25 years away, should have a plan that they've submitted to the European Commission to explain how they're going to stop the stuff they're selling from causing global warming by 2050. Hey, presto, all these people have a massive business case immediately, and they have the richest companies in the world lining up to pay them lots of money. Result.
But it's voluntary-based principle in practice, isn't it?
It is. It's the polluter pays principle in practice. It's already in European law.
But by the way, just sorry to tee off on the French, but I am British, so that's what we do. I understand, yeah, and it's been going on for centuries, you know. So, but I understand there is a specific exemption in the French extended producer responsibility law to leave out hydrocarbon fuels. What an opportunity missed! If they'd left in hydrocarbon fuels, France would have saved the world.
For the British approach on banning smoking, regulations were born after 2009. Again, taking very drastic steps, limiting personal liberties in the benefit of the benefit of those people who would otherwise become nicotine addicts. I mean, what I'm saying is that with the debate what we are having on the CRCF, voluntary measures put against an existential threat, that's insignificant and would not help. Therefore, we just need to get into this point, what you stated, that yes, we are in a drastic situation, we need drastic measures, and then surprise, surprise, if we take those drastic measures, immediately we will have the funding to pay for those desperate people sitting at the table. Also noticing, and I guess that's also highly ironic, you didn't finish the text story in which you asked for public subsidies to build your PEX unit after the expiry of 2027 renewable funding. And when you didn't get that funding for PEX in the first round of the UK subsidies, you announced that, well, you may not do this whole thing. Again, a very clear demonstration that unless this is paid, not only for the investment, but also for the operational cost, year on year, extracting the CO2, nothing will happen. And that's what we need to sort of look in the eye, rather than sort of talking about, again, mysterious regulations which never happen, or the CRCF, which is inherently insufficient to trigger the scale and the speed of investment, which would make these things happen.
In economy myself, as a part in academia as well. So I think that even if you do a public funding of BECS, you still will need some not suspicious policy on putting out change pressure on the fossil industry to actually reduce, so that we get to a point where we get to net zero. So I don't think you can avoid the suspicious policy anyway. You will still need it.
Thanks. Thanks. I think I promised the next question over there.
That's question to the great one sitting there saying we clearly need an obligation to do so, and I applaud that. That's really good. I wonder though, you said you need mature technology as well, and so I think in CDR and permanent CDR, there is nothing too mature. It will all be first of a kind of plants, you know, to the point where we at the level of where you likely need the volumes. There is not necessarily most mature, but still some first of a kind of plants, just in terms of the scale. Could you speak more to that in terms of would you also be willing to take on an obligation to fund the early days investment, or is it only the mature things coming later on?
Well, it depends on the technology, which is where are the gaps. Because now that we've looked at various CCS, the gap is in storage, which might be the obligation might help. But when you are talking about gaps, then the technology is in the technology the problem, or the maturity.
But I think if you look full chain from capture to storage, there is nothing mature because it hasn't been done.
Yes.
So I think you're right in that the chain hasn't been done. But if we take this, so we used to operate some gas refinery before it was closed in 2011. We had 4 industrial size lines of hot desicarbonate, which is the technology we're going to apply here in Stockholm. Which was in operation in 4 industrial lines between 1971 and 2011, with a combined operation hours of 7,000 hours of experience for that technology. Now we're talking about, yes, slightly larger than it was in gasworks, but it's more, or is still not that different from what we have done. And I would think that's also a stack. So when we decided on that we were going to do a pilot, which we were still operating in a research facility, we built that ourselves in 4.5 months, and we're pressing the green button and started capturing CO2. So the technology really isn't hard. It's like taking breath.
Sorry, quickly.
Just,
Can I just say about the obligation? One thing, what we see in the transport sector, that we can reduce our emissions with blending biofuels, and that's obligation. And now the obligation is reduced in Finland and Sweden to the government policy, and that means that emissions will reduce. So it's a clear path. If you do obligation, then emissions will reduce. I think it would work in the same way for CDRs.
Just to pick up, and if you establish the principle you can't sell stuff that causes global warming, you can't sell products that cause global warming either. And so if your business is, for example, running an airline where you're generating fossil CO2 into the atmosphere necessarily, and you can't capture it at source, then you need to produce a plan whereby you're going to recapture it from the atmosphere. So again, that's the kind of clarity that the industry needs. So, I mean, I think, governments need to make clear what they've actually said in making these net zero commitments. They have actually already decided that companies are going to do this. They just haven't spelled out the implications to their companies, which has left everybody a little confused.
Thanks. Did we have a comment over there?
I think the rules from I think it's a very interesting discussion about whether we should use as a public good and an obligation is the right way to do so. But maybe some encouraging words that these type of projects and this working is all relevant for policymakers to decide on obligations. I think the CRCL isn't sufficient to create a carbon market, but without depoliticized discussions about what makes good carbon removals and those bad carbon removals, there's no way you can have an unpolitical discussion about what removals are. And how many you should have and how you should pay for this. And we need to have all these steps there at once. So I think there's some reforms in there going on about first you look at who pays or you look at how it's done. You need to do all this at once, which is what makes it such a difficult discussion to do so. And you need to have these different insights in these discussions. So that's a general reflection. And then just as an economic view on carbon removals, are they probably good? Yes or no? They are. But they have this very unique property that at least the requirement comes from something with a negative externality. So we say public good, we need positive externality. It's like driving a bus so that there are fewer cars on the road. There is economic theory for this, but you can couple this somehow to these emissions that are currently being done. And in the future, when it's 2050, you're moving towards net negative, you can look into the past and see who were the people that caused the need for this negative emission to occur in the first place. So there are some unique points there where the answer doesn't just have to be government subsidies. There's orthodox economic theory that gives you way more options here, which looks at things like a carbon take-back obligation or something like integrating this into emissions markets. Very difficult subject again because of these particularities and because we want to keep the incentive for emission reductions in the first place as strong as possible. But it's a very complex issue. I don't think reducing it to these single words is going to happen.
Excellent. I think we take one more reflection from there, and then we have final thoughts from the panel.
Martin from the Danish Charity and Consider. One reflection, quick reflection, and then a quick answer or question. From our point of view, when we start doing this incentive for CDR and creating that demand, I think the biomass puzzles for us in terms of perhaps some of the business cases being discussed up there is quite interesting. Many sectors in the EU wants to use biomass, so we just need in that discussion to be very clear that there is a limited resource and many sectors want to use it at once. So this we need to take into account when we start incentivizing the demand. And then a question for Matthew. If I understand correctly, the UK government has announced that they will integrate BECCS into their emission trading system.
if I understand it correctly. Perhaps just your reflections on, yeah, they have announced that they are looking into something like this. But just from your company point of view, in terms of creating demand and how you see it, just some reflections from your side, if I understand it correctly.
Maybe I can start with the biomass. So, of course, there's could be a lot of competition in the future for biomass, but biomass is not one single thing. So, in our case, we're using residues, which are mainly composed of branches, top, sawdust, and bark. And what we see actually in types of, when we're talking about products in the future, and if we're going to do bio-oil, sawdust is typically what could be used for that. There's also quite a large demand for bio-oils from for example, from shampoo manufacturing, the residues you get from that. But for inhomogeneous residues like bark, there aren't any processes besides basically fishy crops whereby you can create, for example, sustainable aviation fuel. And I don't think that men are looking into using fish crops because it's a very low efficiency process. So biomass, what I want to say is it's not one single thing. It's many different types, and there are many different uses for different types.
So I'd say it's an ongoing discussion, and it's definitely being slowed down by the upcoming election. So yeah, another delay. So we'll see what happens.
But just as a company point of view, how do you like it or not? Does it create the right incentive for you? Because I think that discussion will be very much a European discussion as well in terms of making separate compliance mechanisms, making it into the emission trading system. So that's, I don't know if you have more deep down, it was more, if it was to happen, is that a good or a bad thing from your perspective as a company?
Yeah, I think on the whole it's positive, and crucially will enable the power plant to keep operating.
Any final comments from Kirsi and then Thomas? Okay. Okay.
So just on that last point, I believe the sort of consensus in NEGEM was not to integrate renewables into the ETS, certainly at this stage. And we could see many potential problems with that development. By the way, ideas like carbon take-back obligation, and I'm delighted I wasn't the first person to mention that phrase. I've been very disciplined, but it's been mentioned now, so I can mention it. Ideas like that would fit in alongside an ETS. There's no reason to you need. In fact, we've shown that you need both in the NEGEM publications because you need to drive down the production of CO2 at the same time as scaling up storage. So these are two things we know we need them both. Therefore, we need two policy levers. If you want to get two outcomes, you need two inputs on this. I just wanted to respond finally with sort of implicit comment. I don't know if you quite meant it, but sort of don't oversimplify. Yes, don't oversimplify, but simplify as far as we can. And if we have made a decision like we're not going to sell stuff that causes global warming after 2050, we should say so. And yes, the world is complicated, but we spend far too much time at these meetings saying how complicated everything is. There are some things that are pretty simple. And one of them is the only way to compensate for the impact of burning fossil fuels is to put CO2 back underground. We should just keep saying that as loud as we can, as often as we get the opportunity.
Okay, so I think we are good with that. And now it's time for the last coffee pause. And
really 1650 or 5.
Okay. Hello. So let's move on to the final session, which will be the panel discussion on how to formulate policies and governance structures to support responsible deployment of carbon dioxide removals for the EU 2040 climate targets. So please take your seats and we will move on to our panel discussion, which will be moderated by Mark Preston.
Thanks, Kathy.
Welcome to the final panel discussion of our final NEGEM event. We have a very distinguished panel here with us today. Ulrika Onier from Europe, Valeria Tomi from Digituma, Duncan Farron from UCLA, and David Ray from the University of Cambridge, to discuss the difficult question of how to formulate policies and governance structures which can support the responsible deployment of carbon dioxide removal in the context of the EU's 2040 climate targets. I'll first give the floor to Valeria for some opening remarks, and then my other panelists can contribute.
Thank you, Mark, and good afternoon, everyone. So, yeah, working with Digituma and the unit that is responsible for the land economy and carbon removals. So, our team has been working on the carbon removal certification framework for the last couple of years. Fabiana, who spoke this morning, is in our team the more technology CDR person, but I work more on agriculture and carbon farming, so nature-based solutions for carbon removals. So I will actually focus on this. I think we have discussed the other type of CDR already a lot today. So the context, just to give a bit of a policy context to this panel discussion, is that, okay, the Commission recently published a communication recommending a 90% net emission reduction target by 2040. And if you go a bit in the details and you look at the impact assessment that accompanied this communication, and you focus on the role of the agricultural sector, you will see that it's quite interesting to see, okay, there is some room for a decrease in emissions in the agricultural sector, depending on the scenario, between 20 and 30% compared to 2005. There is also room for increase in removals, which is sort of what they pushed through the ambitious targets and the LULUCF regulation for 2030. So if all goes well, the land sector itself, so agricultural emissions together with land-based sinks, could become climate neutral between 2035 and 2040 in our models. But still, there will be a significant amount of agricultural emissions which are more difficult to abate. And actually, the agricultural sector will be the largest source of greenhouse gas emission in Europe in all the scenarios analyzed by our impact assessment. So this is a quite powerful message. Agriculture will be the largest source of emissions in the EU in 2040 because of the decarbonization of all the other sectors, of course, driven by the ETS and driven by basically the ETS. So that poses a question: what will be the governance for the land sector in the next decade to achieve the reductions in the removals that are possible and to govern the remaining emissions? One thing that becomes clear, I would say, that we hear a lot of support for is that the responsibility for reducing these emissions should not only be on the shoulders of the farmers, because, well, first of all, it's not always the technologies to reduce these emissions are not always available to them, but also because a lot of the choices that farmers make are actually driven by the decisions taken upstream of the farm level or downstream, especially downstream, the demand that comes from consumers and also by food manufacturers. So a good governance system ideally will look at the entire agri-food value chains and put obligations where there is more capacity to respond to these obligations, so that the farmers themselves, they become the recipient, the farmers get actually rewarded for reducing emissions, and they are the recipient of the carrot and not of the stick. So we are looking into this kind of value chain approach. Notably, we are looking at ideas for an emission trading system for agricultural emissions, where the obligation to pay allowances to cover for agricultural emissions. So still talking about the cows burping and the nitrogen from the fertilizer being leaked to the atmosphere. These emissions, even though they happen on the farm, will create an obligation to be covered with allowances at the level of the food producer or of the fertilizer producer, so upstream of the farm. We published a study on this topic, pricing agricultural emissions in the food value chain. I think it's the title. It was published in November. And the study so looks at all these different design options. It created a lot of interest. It was presented already in Mexico by the consultants, by the authors. Created so much interest, but also so many demands, so many questions. So a lot of stakeholders had a lot of questions about the impacts that such a system could have on farmers' income, on food prices, and so on trade aspects, of course. So we will do more work on it. We want to organize more technical workshops on these topics in the next months. And of course, we will wait for the guidance from the next commission, whether this actually becomes an option that is on the table or not, because this is hard to understand. But in the meanwhile, we look at it. I think I used all my 3 minutes, so I will stop here.
Thank you, Valeria. Ulrika, do you have a brief statement?
Yes, thank you. So yes, first, thank you also from my side. My name is Ulrika. I'm from an organization called Climate Action Network Europe, and we're an umbrella organization of 200 European NGOs and NGO networks who work on climate and energy issues. And I'm going to bring you just to start with two points that are key issues for us. So first one is that the emission reductions, nature-based sequestration, and permanent removals need to be addressed under 3 separate targets and incentivized by dedicated separate policy instruments. This policy encompasses, of course, a number of issues. Firstly, climate change can only be prevented by rapid and deep emission reductions. Carbon removal and sequestration also do play an important role, but it is significantly smaller than the emission reductions. The next 6 years are crucial. We need to halve current emissions by 2030, and it is very limited the role that the carbon removals can do in that time. And we feel that the best way to avoid mitigation deterrence is to have a separate dedicated targets for these 3 types of actions. So no fungibility, no offsetting between these categories to have obviously a desired impact on the atmosphere. Removals and sequestration need to be additional to emission reductions. We feel that offsetting is a wrong tool to incentivize removals because it's at best it's a zero-sum game. If it is done with temporary removals, it's worse than that. It's cooking the books basically. So so we need to find policy instruments that are able to deliver additional removals and sequestration, and offsetting is not that. IPCC, these 3 distinct roles for carbon removal and sequestration: to support mitigation action, to address the residual emissions, and then to achieve the net negativity. And these two, to support mitigation and to achieve mitigation, to net negativity, they need a very different types of policy instruments that the residual emissions do need. And the policy instruments that we're now looking at, the CRCF, BCM, ETS integration, maybe an agri-ETS, these all only are able to address really the residual emissions, the offsetting part of these 3 pieces that we have for removals and sequestration. Then my second point is that carbon sequestration is only one of the multiple functions of land. And obviously, biodiversity ecosystems provide us everything, and for that we need healthy ecosystems. And currently, about 99.9% of removals, sequestration is traditional land-based sequestration. So, and this puts a lot of pressures on land. And I argue that in our circles, we tend to solely focus on the carbon element of these functions that the land provides. And biodiversity and climate we like to say that they are two sides of the same coin. They fuel each other, and we need both to be able to solve the equation. So a warming climate puts pressures on ecosystems that can then further remove or store CO2, and the same with the ecosystems that we destroy. They are unable to do that. So whenever it's about the land, it is wrong and foolish to focus solely on the carbon, and this will in policy development remain so if we only focus on the quantification when it's about the land. There are other many issues, I'm sure we will address these, that are why quantification on land is maybe not worth it, but thinking of the biodiversity point of view, that is at least equally important for our survival than safe climate. If we quantify the carbon and we see biodiversity as a co-benefit, it will always be a nuisance, and we will never be able to reap the benefits for both. And again, the instruments that we're talking about solely almost seem to CRCF, DCM, agreed, yes, they are all looking at the quantified results. And our point of view, can Europe, we call for to maximize benefits both for climate and ecosystem and biodiversity. We would like to see activity-based finance for anything that is land-based sequestration. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thanks, Rika. A few points to think about there. Duncan, the next.
Thanks. Thanks for the opportunity to say a few words. I'll try and be very brief now. Please ask me more questions if you want to. So the question that's been put to us is about formulating policies and government structures to support responsible deployment of CDR. Why is that so difficult? Lots of what's been said implies that, yeah, clearly we need to scale up removals, and we can surely make that responsible with some good standards. Incentives and standards would seem to be the obvious answer. But I think there's three reasons why it's difficult. Not just, so the first, though, is not just because if we overpromise on removals, then we're into this scenario of mitigation deterrence where we don't put the hammer down hard enough on cutting emissions. And that has problems at multiple levels. Even if we manage to balance out the carbon equation by delivering in the end on large amounts of removals, there are serious harms. Currently, 8 million people a year die from the air pollution related to the burning of fossil fuels. They'd still die if we captured all the carbon back. So capturing back is not the ideal solution. Phasing out fossil fuel is the ideal solution. Second reason is because permanent removals, and that one of the reasons for this is what I've just said, permanent removals are not equivalent to emissions reductions. Moreover, bio-based removals are not equivalent to permanent removals. So there's a lack of fungibility, as Ulrika says, in these different categories. But the other key thing we need to remember, and we heard this morning, particularly from some of the NEGEM findings, is that neither permanent nor bio-based removals are easily, fairly, and sustainably scalable. They're going to be difficult to get, and they're going to be difficult to get without increasing harms and increasing injustice. So while we want to increase removal rates, we also need to ensure removals activities doesn't undermine efforts to deliver sustainability and justice. And that is why we are fighting to limit climate change, not because we're concerned about this abstract quantity of carbon. We need to avoid carbon tunnel vision and think about this in a holistic way. So not just the challenge, not just how to increase carbon removal to match the residuals we think we're going to have, but also how to push down that amount of residuals so that it actually matches what we can do justly and sustainably. So this policy challenge is one of holding two contradictory ideas at the same time. I heard a lovely anecdote the other day which said, this is what sets humans apart from artificial intelligence. We can still do that. We can imagine 7 impossible things before breakfast, as Lewis Carroll suggested. So let's try and do that. One key measure, separate targets, as I already said, specified with sustainability and justice constraints. But before I finish, I want to say there's another level here. Ideological ocean that we all swim in, that we don't see the water of, is one of neoliberalism, one in which market-based mechanisms are assumed to be the best way of doing things. Private enterprises are presumed to be the vehicle through which everyone gains all the good things in life. That ocean creates huge pressures to downplay the differences between different types of removals and between removals and emissions reduction. It also creates pressures to externalize costs onto the environment and society, even as we try to internalize that carbon cost. So the challenge, I think, is to use the introduction of CDR and the obvious problems of non-equivalence to push back in climate policy, to reject the trading mechanisms, and to establish a regime in which emissions, as Miles was suggesting, must be eliminated unless they are somehow matched by certified removals, and have some measure of sustainability and justice in any residual emissions that we allow.
David, please.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be last minute addition to the panel. I wanted to take a step back a little bit as a political scientist to think about the challenge that we face. And the first thing I would say is that we keep saying responsible deployment of CDR is the title of our NEGEM project, but the subtitle is assessing the realistic potential of carbon dioxide removal. And obviously we have the modeling work that has tried to do that. But in terms of realistic potential, I think it's worth talking about the kind of the realistic bit, the nature of the politics that we're kind of faced with at the moment. And that is that you know, in trying to take on these issues, you're going up against what are undoubtedly some of the most effective and proven lobbies in Brussels and in national capitals, both in terms of energy sector, oil and gas industry, but also in terms of agriculture. We see this obviously in many national capitals and streets of many European countries with farmers taking action that are making their voices heard, and they've always been very effective at this. I remember many years ago as a doctoral student, I did a little study on the fuel protests in 25 years ago now, right? And the farmers back then were very effective at shutting down and changing the discourse on energy taxation. So I think that it's important to keep in mind what you're tackling, what you're going up against in terms of trying to make progress in this regard. As an aside, I did just notice that the EU had its highest ever trade surplus in agri-food this past year. So at the same time, you know, that there's all these kind of heartrending stories of wrenching stories of farmers, but they're actually doing quite well at the moment, which is an interesting point. And undoubtedly, in the upcoming elections, you're going to see that sort of populist backlash, and we will see a more a greater presence of more populist politicians here in Brussels, and we'll probably see that in many national parliaments as well. We've also seen the plotted history of voluntary carbon markets going up and up and up, and then down, down, down. And so again, that would give pause to those who want to get this process started as quickly as possible. By the same token, I think it is worth reflecting on the fact that our project started in 2020. We put in the proposal a year earlier than that, and so thinking, in 5 years, what has happened? I mean, could we have expected that a centerpiece of the European 2040 climate policy would be about industrial carbon management and carbon capture and so on? Could we, I don't think many of us would really have believed that. I think the down and down and down part of the voluntary carbon markets reflect what I think is a salutary regulatory pushback, some greater scrutiny of some sort of dodgy practices that ultimately I think will lead to a better, healthier, more robust system with that regard. I mean, some of the issues that we're talking about in terms of the difficulties, the challenges of carbon accounting, this is a new field. It's being invented. It is being kind of put together. And if we think with financial accounting, we had many decades of it. So we think of the first years of the ETS in 2005, 6, 7, 8. We had many cases of fraud and big questions about the legitimacy of the ETS, and we overcame that through through the learning that came out of trying things as we went along. And similarly, again, 5 years ago, we couldn't have imagined, well, we definitely couldn't have imagined the Inflation Reduction Act in the US. We couldn't have imagined the Net Zero Industry Act, which is kind of a reaction in many ways to that. And so I think just the degree of attention and effort that's going on in this space is welcome and speaks to kind of the potential future progress. And then finally, on the question of farmers, in many ways, I don't worry about farmers. Farmers actually respond really well to incentives. They always have, and they do that very successfully. They try to look out for their interests as best as possible. But actually, I spend a bit of time worrying about things like decarbonizing residential heat. That I worry about, right? The potential pushback from households and the so-called irrationality or the difficulty of getting households to respond in a way that we would want them to, I think is going to be quite challenging. I'm much less worried about ultimately if we get everything aligned to get the farmers.
Thank you all. So that's quite a lot to pick up on here. I do want to go back to Ulrike's point on the IPCC's expected sort of 3 roles of supplementing reductions or accelerating net reductions, balancing out residual emissions and making net negative, and seeing how can we operationalize those principles. So we talked about the separate target. The Commission has already sort of, in a way, proposed a separation between emissions and renewables in a broader sense, not necessarily breaking it down by sin. Is this something that perhaps should also be applied to the land sector more specifically? You mentioned the 2035 climate neutral land sector. Is this something that is being evaluated in the upcoming proposal of 2040 target?
No, that was part of our proposal for the review of the LULUCF regulation in 2021 as part of the 55 package. It did not go through the legislators. But the idea was not, well, one of the reasons why legislators, especially in the parliament, were against the idea of an absolute target was exactly the fear of manipulation deterrence, which I completely understand. The point would be to find, it would have been, I mean, at the time, we proposed this as an aspirational objective for 2035, and we had said after 2030, we will need a policy to get to this 2035 objective. So we will give the policy until 2030 only for the sink, and then we said in the 30s we should achieve this kind of neutrality in the next sector. So we didn't specify how we were going to do it. We did that in part of the review, but then it was completely wrong. Now we have to. There is still a policy gap after 2030, so we could take the idea back, but it would have to be maybe more specific on. Now we have to give more details than 3 years ago on how you at the same time drive down the emissions from agriculture and also from LULUCF and bring up the renewables. Have a completely separate target for LULUCF would be difficult because just as a physical phenomenon, it's very difficult to distinguish the net removals of carbon in soils from the net emissions of carbon from soils, and the same in forests. So in the LULUCF chapter, you have all together, but you could consider LULUCF as a net sink. I just say it would be very difficult to have a specific target for net removals. Sorry, gross removals, I should say. I was using the wrong word. For gross removals in LULUCF and gross emissions in LULUCF, but you could have separate targets for agricultural emissions on the one end and net removals in LULUCF. Sorry for using the wrong word. So, for instance, you could have an emission reduction target for agriculture driven by ETS, and then the revenues collected through this ETS could feed a public fund that would support removals to achieve a net removal target in the LULUCF. So yeah, in the study that we did, it was the risk of mitigation deterrence was addressed by saying, okay, any revenue that you use from the ETS should go through a governmental fund which pays the removals, but then the removals will not feed back into the ETS and drive down the cap of the ETS emissions. It should be separate so that there is no risk that you contaminate the incentive to reduce emissions, to reduce agricultural emissions. So these are all policy considerations that are important.
So thank you for that. Maybe given we've had a discussion about how we should be trying to avoid market-based mechanisms, and we've heard quite a bit about market-based mechanisms. Maybe do the other panelists want to react?
Yes. So, yeah, particularly interesting is, of course, the market-based mechanisms on the land sector with the temporary nature-based. So I like to use this example of the yogurt that we now sell as a net zero yogurt, and then we offset that with the soil carbon, say, and then no matter if the CO2 is of a fossil origin or from a biogenic origin, it stays in the atmosphere equally long. So this kind of like for like is nonsensical in a sense that if you want to have an environmental integrity of the atmosphere. So what happens when you offset the yogurt in 2024 with a temporary removals in a system that would have environmental integrity, you would need to offset that over and over and over again, and you still in 3024 are still offsetting that same yogurt from that you bought this year.
Just maybe a comment on market mechanisms. I think the problem with market mechanisms comes not from saying they can be useful, they can help us deliver a goal with most efficiency. It's when we let them start to determine the goal. And it's put the sort of model that you were just setting out, I could imagine could work. Where I start to worry is that we have to come up with so many different modifications to create a market that works. And I deliberately say create. Markets are not natural phenomena. We build them out of whole cloth every step of the way, from deciding what's a commodity, what's the boundaries of that commodity, how is that traded for another commodity, until we get to something that we can run as a market. And that often is far more complicated than coming up with a simpler solution that starts with the environmental quantities, in this case, that we want to control.
Just very quickly, my understanding is the new anti-greenwashing directive wouldn't allow the yogurts to claim. So I think that we're moving in the right direction on some of these things, right? And similarly, in terms of moving in the right direction, if you think about the ETS started very narrowly and a very kind of circumspect way in terms of, you know, what you could measure most easily, and has only gradually expanded. You know, now say with ETS2 and so on. So I think similarly, I think there's a, you know, it's important that eventually we get to the point where we can take advantage of these market mechanisms. But I think we want to do it in a way that wouldn't completely undermine the you know, the existing market mechanism itself by putting in essentially dodgy things that we can't account for properly right now. Like we can't kind of measure and have the confidence that when you're introducing it into the market mechanism, it's not really going to actually undermine the rest of the otherwise functional system.
Yeah, I was going to make the same remark. So there is recently the Empowering Consumers for the Green Transition Directive banned copyright claims for products. So you can't say anymore that yogurt is net zero. It's still possible to a company to claim carbon charge. Biogenic emissions of methane, they don't say that long, that I don't want now to sound like the farm lobby as well, but they are much more short-lived than I mean the cycle of methane emissions is not so different time-wise from the cycle of carbon sequestration and such. But I get your point, and what we do in the CRCF to address that is that the units from carbon farming activities are temporary; they will not be valid forever. So the situation you described as if it was absurd, but actually that's what we're going to do. Is that if you want to offset to make an entirely claim using carbon farming units, then you have to be aware that the carbon farming unit will last 5, 10, 15 years, depending how long the farmer or the operator is committing to monitor the activity for. At the end of the monitoring period, either the farmer renews the activity or the unit expires. So if you made 10 years ago a carbon neutrality claim based on that unit, either you now count it as an additional emissions, so the emission you didn't put in your account 10 years ago, you have to put it now, or you buy another unit to compensate for the emissions of 10 years ago. So this is a very, very new thing. I mean, quite fast, but a revolutionary new thing. And company accounts, climate accounts will have to be adjusted to this feature. So this will all have to be taken care of through the CRCF registry and eventually the rules for corporate social responsibility directive. So a huge work ahead of us. But the idea is to recognize transparently that carbon farming units and carbon farming sequestration is not there forever, which is not a bad thing. This is how soils work. This is how nature works. And carbon is what we can measure, but there are so many other benefits that you mentioned for earth ecosystems and pollution and water that are maybe more important than carbon, but they're even more difficult to measure. And so the idea is that this co-benefit should be really, really, really important when we decide what kind of activities are eligible. And we channel finance to carbon farming activities in the most honest way possible. But very difficult.
Time, I do want to get some questions from the audience. Quite a few. So I'll go for one you haven't heard from yet. So Alice.
Thank you. All great points. Duncan, though, yours in particular got me thinking about, we've been talking a lot about mitigation deterrence and having dual targets, and the question that comes to mind for me is who gets to use CBR? So of course, dual targets help with that. Like for like helps with that and addresses who gets to use what type. But I wonder, that question of who gets to use it, your answers really matter, and it intersects with market solutions. So if you have a predetermined list, such as hard to abate sectors or things like that, that might limit market solutions. On the reverse, if you leave it too vague, you also run into trouble.
Thanks. Yeah, I think you put your finger on something that I think is absolutely critical. And if I've been devising a presentation and had lots of time, so I've been talking about what I call the dual pool approach, where we basically say we want to eliminate emissions, but we know there will be some residuals. Some of that will be because they are technically hard to abate, but some of that will be because we see them as socially necessary. And actually, it's the overlap between those that is sort of a critical area. And so that's why I don't think markets and corporations are the best institutions to give the power to decide what it is we have left. I think that does become a public body task, a political task for the Commission and EU and national government representatives in the room. Please take that to heart. It is going to be your task to decide which residuals are left and therefore how we are allocating our limited, sustainable and just capacity to do removals.
Any other questions? So people who haven't spoken preferably? No? People who have spoken? Oh, the gentleman, come on.
Thank you, gentlemen from Bologna. I really interesting panel. I thought this was super interesting. There was one thing I wanted to pick up on. So those temporary units in CRCF, I think that's really a fantastic evolution that we're seeing here. I hope the voluntary farmer are taking to heart and starts moving with this as well. There's one problem I see though, and that's some of these units might be sold abroad, and then I think the EU loses its potential for enforcement of replacement. We're not going to tell a US company in 30 years' time that they have to replace a unit they bought last year. I don't see the US president agreeing to the commission, sending that kind of sternly worded letter to them. That's just not going to happen. But I really support the shifts that we were talking about, the shift of focus to those co-benefits of these activities. I'm wondering, how are we going to do that? It seems very challenging to do that shift because we are really looking at this from a carbon-centric approach. So that's the question, how do we focus on those co-benefits?
So that's a difficult question, but today, and maybe 2 months, but I think today, after the meeting we had the last days with the expert group and the last month in Valencia and the first carbon farming summit, I think a large scale, I would say, a landscape approach where to be eligible for certification, you don't do the marginal cover crop thing and that's it. You do cover crops and forestry and flower strips and hedgerows. You really do a bundle of things that are really transformative of the landscape. And then you measure how much carbon was there, but also you have this added value on the certificate that your project is really targeting all the possible objectives. That could be the way. I mean, from this design to be eligible, you have to do a significant transformation of the planet. But this is what I heard from this on Tuesday at the day in the session on agriculture, and we can now process it a bit more how that would actually work.
Okay. You have to be very quick. Very.
And just to, on this, I mean, temporary removals for temporary emissions sounds great. But temporary removals for permanent emissions sounds great to CEOs of companies that want to be able to declare net zero today and retire before all of these temporary removals come expire. So I just really hope we're being very careful about that.
Yeah.
Just one quick point to add. Yes, we need to look at companies' claims, but like if you look at the NECPs, the NDCs of many European countries, all those residual emissions are being counterbalanced by the landscape. So that message needs to get to governments too.
But then it's different though, because in NDCs and NCPs you have annual reports, annual inventories, where if this year you removed X in your racing, this is a yearly removal that compensates for yearly emissions. And next year, if that's carbon that you sequestered goes up back in the atmosphere, it counts as emissions. So it's not that, it's a different type of claim. No?
Sorry, yeah, but even 2050 targets long road maps.
Yeah, it will be a 1 year. In 2050, we will have as many emissions as removals. It doesn't mean that those removals will be there forever. If in 2051 that carbon goes back to the atmosphere, we count as emissions in 2051. So I don't think it's the same as a product.
Okay, I'm just saying that there's no geological net zero in these countries' plans. It's
that is very very little. Oh, nothing.
Okay, excellent. Unfortunately, we are already over time, so no time for closing remarks. But thank you very much for joining us today. I hope that you will find it very interesting. You please have a round of applause to my colleagues.
Okay, and I also want to thank our excellent panelists and our excellent speakers today for your presentations. I also want to thank our audience. It has been great to have you here. It was very nice that you could stay with us the whole day. And thank you for the very insightful questions and discussions. And today we have certainly learned a lot, and especially during our projects, we have learned a lot. There has been a lot of excellent science made in the projects. And I hope that some of these learnings can support then the responsible deployment of carbon dioxide removals in the EU. And I want to thank our colleagues from Landmark and also NETS for joining us today. I think that it was really, really nice to have you here, and it was great that we could organize this together. And then I want to thank Maurizio and his team for the organization of the event. Thank you very much. It has been excellent. And then finally, I want to thank all the dear NEGEM partners and our advisory board members who joined us for these wonderful 4 years. And thank you for the cooperation. I hope we will continue it in the future. Thank you very much.
Excellent coordinator, really organised and very congenial and productive project. Thank you, ETC.